Well, it is the scheduled hour of 9:30, but I've been told that the participants could join, and I need to give them a few more minutes. So we are giving each other a headroom of 5 more minutes for that. Rotha, I'd request you to stop presenting for now, right?
Sorry, sir.
It's all right. It's all right. Perfectly understandable. As IFES team has already mentioned in the comment box, we are live and we are 2 minutes into our scheduled time. But since the participants are still joining in, we'll wait for 3 more minutes for them to do so. And once they're all in, we'll start off.
Okay, sir.
Right. All right. We have waited for 7 minutes, and whoever is present in the meeting room will start off our presentation uh, and the session three of day two. Good morning and warm welcome to the day two of the International Seminar on Othering and Violence, Representation through Literature, Culture and Media, jointly organized by the Departments of English of Panchla Mahavidyalaya and Puras Kanpur Haridas Mahavidyalaya, West Bengal, India. Day one had been a very engaging day with the plenary speakers, the keynote speakers, giving us a wide spectrum of the theme. They nuancedly discussed on the uncharted aspects of the primary motives of this seminar, and the paper presenters across the sessions uh, have been really innovative in their approach. The texts that they have chosen, the films that they have chosen, they're thought provoking to say the least, and the treatment that they have been uh, given, the primary texts, that is, are also very, very encouraging and gives us this hope that even in these dire times, the practice of humanities, the practice of literary studies, film appreciations, and cultural studies in general is so very significant because it helps us to look at the world around us from a different perspective, makes us empathetic towards each other, a quality that this world today so severely needs. We are in a day two, session three of paper presentation. We have 10 presenters lined up from different parts of the country. I once again welcome all the presenters uh, to day two, session three of the seminar, and a warm welcome to all the viewers and participants who have joined us uh, on the YouTube live. So without further ado, we'll start off with the presentations themselves. Um, we have a list, of course, and as per the list, I'd be calling out the presenters as and when they're ready. They may very well start off with their presentations now. In serial number one, we have Abi Belsia A, who happens to be the assistant professor at Dr. NGP Arts and Science College. And the title of the presentation is War, Displacement, and Racial Identity in Andrea Levy's Small Island. If Abi Belsia is present, uh, we may start off with your presentation. But from where I can see, I do not find him. So in that case, we need to move on to a second presentation. And in serial number two, of course, we have Vikas Chandani and Priyanka Mishra Chandani, respectively assistant professor and lecturer at Virangana Rani Durgavati Government Girls College, Takhtpur, and Government Girls Polytechnic of Bilaspur. And the title of their presentation is Emergency Echoes, Tracing the Past in Today's India. Do we have uh, Vikas and Priyanka Mishra Chandani here? Don't think so. This then takes us to our third presenter lined up for the day. This is Laboni Shar, who's a researcher at Raiganj University. And the title of her presentation is Solidarity and Ethno-National Identity, an Analysis of War through the Select Novels of Bosnian Literature. I guess we have Laboni with us.
Yes, sir.
Or do we? Right, right. So as and when you're ready, you may very well start off with your presentation, Laboni Shar.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Okay, sir. Namaskar. Very good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to present my paper here. The title of my paper is Solidarity and Ethno-National Identity, an analysis of war through the select novels of Bosnian literature. Ethnic consciousness of ethnic identity has created awareness about its heritage, culture, and national identity, as well as it has also intimidated them against ethnic grievances. The ethnic grievances of ethnic people makes solidarity, and this solidarity helps them to build a new republic on the basis of ethno-national state. Here, ethnicized political identity of majoritarian ethnic groups and the ethno-national leaders play an important role to build the group solidarity of ethnic people. The disintegration of Yugoslavia started on the ethnic consciousness of ethnic groups, and it has broken into six republics: Bosnia, Herzegovina, and so many things. And Bosnia and Herzegovina is one of the six republics. The demographic line separates Bosnia and Herzegovina, and it creates inter-ethnic conflict among Bosniak Muslims, Catholic groups, and Orthodox Church. The three ethnic groups construct their group solidarity on the basis of ethno-national ideology. The term ethno-nationalism points out the relationship of nation, state, and ethnic identity, regarding the relationship of nationalism relationship as we know that nationalism denotes the relationship between nation and state. In this paper, I would like to delineate the works of Sharon Novice and Stephen Galloway in a comparative way. Here, I would mainly analyze how the ideology of nationality, ethnic identity, and ethno-nationalism create massive destruction, and the ideology of group solidarity of ethno-political leaders create genocide in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Saranovi's novel Girl at War, is published in 2015, delineates the conflict of ethnic groups and the novelist's first-hand experience of war in her childhood days. And another novel is Stephen Galloway, and Stephen Galloway is The Cellist of Sarajevo. It is published in 2008. It points out the true story of ethnic conflict, and it weaves together four leads to tell the awful story of Sarajevo's devastation. As I have already discussed that how ethnic consciousness and ethnic identity has created ethnic mobility, and this mobility has created ethno-national identity in former Yugoslavia. The ethno-national identity has created disintegration in Yugoslavia, and I shared a quote know that the Tito declares the Yugoslavia is a country with six republics, five peoples, four languages, three religions, two alphabets, and one Yugoslav. After Tito's death, Yugoslavia is divided into six republics, as I already told you. And here want to share that in Bosnia-Herzegovina, the majority of the entire population is Bosnians. Here, 44% of the total population is Bosnian, and 31% is Bosnian South, and 70% of total population is Bosnian Rus. At the very beginning, three ethnic groups live side by side. They are culturally and linguistically same, but their religion is different. The ideology of Greater Serbia or the Greater Croatia created disintegration in the Republic Bosnia-Herzegovina. Ethnic tension among three groups created conflict, and despite the ethnic conflict has resulted in genocide. Uh, in the first novel of Stephen Galloway's Celestial, Girl at War, in this novel, um, Stephen Galloway is the recognized voice in British Columbia, and his work expresses concern towards war-torn Bosnia-Herzegovina and ethnic clashes. In his novel, The Cellist of Sarajevo, 2008, it is a war-torn city. Sarajevo is depicted, as well as the brutality of the war is described. The novel is circulated with three main characters: Aru, She is a girl, and basically she is the sniper. And another character is Kenan. He is an ordinary people, lives with his wife Amila and family. And another no, another character is Dragon, an old woman. Here is the generous man, the cellist who plays Albani's Adigo on the details of the lost building. The cellist here represents hope in the war-torn Sarajevo. The plot of this novel depicts 22 days of ocean Bosnia-Herzegovina. In 1992, during the siege of Sarajevo, several mortar shells struck a group of people waiting to buy bread behind the market on Vesnica. 22 days people were killed. 22 people were killed and at least 70 were wounded. For the next 22 days, veterans Melville, a renowned local cellist, played Albanese Adigo and G minor at the site in the honor of the dead. Stephen Gallup himself said he took inspiration from this true incident, and the character of the cellist is based on the real characters Miss Melville. All the characters of this novel are based on the real characters. Uh, Here I discuss about the brutality of the siege of Sarajevo. The siege of Sarajevo, the longest city siege in the history of modern warfare, stretched from April 5, 1992 to February 29, 1996. The United Nations estimate that approximately 10,000 people were killed and 56,000 wounded. An average of 329 cells hit the city each day. On July 22, 1993, almost 3,777 shells hit the city. In a city of roughly half a million people, almost 10,000 apartments were destroyed and 1 lakh were damaged. 23% of all buildings were seriously damaged and a further 64% partially. The ethnic clash of different ethnic groups destroys the communal harmony of the quotidian life of civilians of the city of Sarajevo. And in the novel, Girl Achiever's Saranovis describes the conflict of two majoritarian ethnic groups and a complete destruction of the big city Zagreb. The two ethnic groups, the Bosnian Serbs and the Bosnian Croats, create inter-ethnic conflict in the city. This conflict completely destroys the quotidian life of civilians of the city. It is an autobiographical novel.
Lavani, we have 2 more minutes. We need to wind up
Okay,
by then.
sir.
Right.
Okay, sir. Um, Here, the female protagonist, Anna Joyce, was born in Zagreb and she grew up in a world of genocide. The neighbors become common enemies. School, college, shopping malls, medicine shops, and playgrounds are closely uncertain. The Croatian National Guard and Yugoslav National Army has clashed each other in the city. Different ethnic groups clash each other, and they started a civil war within a civil war. The group solidarity and ethno-national consciousness of ethnic groups create conflict in Bosnia-Herzegovina. These inter-ethnic and intra-ethnic conflicts create the atmosphere of war, and the brutality of the war is unpredictable. War becomes genocide, and it is one of the greatest genocide after the World War II. The two novels depict the true story of war-torn Bosnia-Herzegovina. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lavani, for a wonderful presentation. It's so very important to go back to the idea that in spite of sharing linguistic, cultural, and socio-historic commonalities, we can still be so violent against each other. And who better to know about that than we Indians, who have been the children of violence, if I may say that, thanks to the partition and the consequent terrible human rights crisis that we have faced as a nation.
Yes, sir.
I, while I was listening to you, I was reminded by one of the books that I've come across on this idea, on this particular theme, is Goodbye Sarajevo by Atka Reed, I guess. And the violence depicted
Yes, sir.
in the Bosnian crisis, uh, in
Yes,
through literature and film, has been
yes,
so tangible. They are presented with so much of immediacy that it feels like, oh my God, how can we still go chart that same path say, 30 years down the line, because we are
Yes.
right on the brink of something as bloody as perhaps a world war. And it just goes on to show that how relevant it is to constantly talk about it, constantly remind ourselves of the terrible violence that we are so capable of inflicting upon each other. So
Yes, sir.
thank you, Laboni, for that wonderful
Thank you, sir.
presentation of yours. Right, and now we move to our next presenters. Actually, we have three presenters. I'm sure that one of them would be presenting, but for the paper, we have three contributors here: Suraya Jan, Yasmina Yusuf, and Saika Haider. Suraya Jan and Yasmina Yusuf are assistant professors at Government Degree College, Bijbehera, Anantnag, Kashmir, while Saika Haider is a research scholar at Maulana Azad National Urdu University of Hyderabad. From where I can see, I guess Saika is here, or
Uh, sir, good morning, sir. Sir, I'm
good
Suraya.
morning.
Suraya Jan here.
Suraya, so I'm really sorry, ma'am. So if you're ready, you may very well
Yes,
start off with
I'm
your
ready.
presentation. Right.
Yes, sir. Very good morning, sir, and good morning to all the participants who have joined here in this session. So I'm Dr. Suraya Jan. I'm an assistant professor in English at GDC Bijbehara, Anantnag, Kashmir, and I have shared this paper with two other researchers. One is Yasmina Yusuf, and she is assistant professor in Urdu at Government Degree College, Bijbehara. And another researcher is Saika Haider, and she is a research scholar, PhD scholar in English at Manu, Hyderabad. So I'm sharing my screen here. Is the screen visible to you all?
Yes, it is. It is.
So the title of our paper is Violence and Othering of Black Women in Alice Walker's The Third Life of Grange Coupland. So we have chosen a novel, the very first novel by Alice Walker, entitled The Third Life of Grange Coupland. First of all, I'm reading the abstract of our paper. Alice Walker's The Third Life of Grange Coupland powerfully portrays the oppression faced by African American women through the intersecting forces of race, gender, and class. So far as our paper is concerned, it explores the dual themes of violence and othering as they shape the lived realities of Black female characters within the novel. The novel is set against the backdrop of post slavery American society. The novel exposes the physical, emotional, and psychological violence inflicted upon Black women. Drawing on intersectional feminist theory, this paper explores how Black women characters in the novel are subjected to multi-layered violence, not only from white supremacy, but also from their own communities, and this renders them invisible and voiceless. This paper investigates how such systematic violence and social exclusion reinforce their marginalization and dehumanization. Ultimately, this paper highlights how Walker's narrative critiques the normalized structures of oppression and calls attention to the urgent need for recognition, resistance, and healing in the lives of Black women. Now I move to the introduction part of our paper. World Health Organization defines violence as, I quote, the intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual, against oneself, another person, or against a group of community, which either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death, psychological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. I'm quoting here Hemby 2017. Violence is a significant theme in African American literature because the origin of Black history in America is rooted in violence, actually. So there's almost no Black writer who does not mention this dreadful period of slavery in his or her fiction. Slavery portrayed Blacks as lesser beings and justified their inhumane treatment. It affected Black men and women differently, and Black women had to suffer more than Black men, as slavery is terrible for men, but it's far more terrible for women. Superadded to this burden common to all, they have wrongs and sufferings and mortification and peculiarity their own. Here I was unquote, I was quoting Jacobs from her book, page number 53. Um, so continuing the introduction part, interracial violence took the form of whipping, lynching, branding, and numerous other tortures. Slavery, a violent culture, had wreaked havoc on the Black sensibilities, separating them from their own African culture and also reducing them to chattel status. African American women have had a long history of suffering, struggle, and victimization. They are mercilessly exploited, their spirits are badly hurt, they are relegated to the position of the other, and are occasionally driven insane. Their social, political, sexual, and cultural marginalization is a result of their position in their community. White women and black men see them with contempt. So they are, seen with contempt by both white women as well as their own men, the men who belong to their own community, and they leave no stone unturned in dehumanizing them. So now I move to the textual analysis of our paper. So far as this novel is concerned, it was published in 1970. It is the very first novel of a very significant African American writer, Alice Walker, and it offers a glimpse into the enslavement of African American people. And it sets the tone for Walker's other narratives, later works, we can say, which are characterized by a sense of melancholy. Although the novel is about a black man named Grange Coupland, so far as the title is concerned, the third life of Grange Coupland. Grange Coupland is a male. So, although this novel is about a black man named Grange Coupland, Walker greatly succeeds in producing a narrative that depicts the plight of black women, especially the two main characters from the novel. One is Margaret and another is Mem. So she grants central position to her female characters and portrays the limits of violence, cruelty, oppression they are pushed to. So far as the, since keeping the paucity of time into consideration, I am skipping this part, and now I move to the main analysis of the novel. The very first I have divided this analysis part into two slides. One is the racist violence, and another is the sexist violence, which will define and explain how the novel talks about the violence and othering of these black women. So far as this racist violence is concerned, so racism is the worst form of oppression black women have been confronting since the times of slavery and has affected them enormously. Through her novel, through her female characters, Walker creates a deeper understanding of the problem of race and its insensitive effects on black people, in particular black women. Walker exposes the brutal sharecropping system that emasculates black men and exposes black women to the sexual exploitation of white men. The novel presents the story of three generations of the Couplands and spans the years from 1920 to the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Grange Coupland's early years are damaged by a harsh and demeaning racial society that makes him abandon his family. The second phase of his journey takes him to the north, where he encounters blistering racial discrimination. His third life is that of renewal and atonement. The dehumanizing racial system makes him desert his own family. Even at home, after a day of arduous labor, he does not feel free from the white master's control. So the white masters control him, and he expresses the anger of that white control in his family, on his family at his home. Unfortunately, this control has an impact on relationships between black men and women, as well as their children. We can see that this from the novel. Grange, who is a victim of merciless racial system, exploits those who are under his command, that is his wife and his children. So he takes out his rage and pent up aggression on his wife, owing to his ongoing humiliation and frustration. In order to gain control over his wife and son, he threatens to shoot one and drown the other, eventually abandoning them both. Margaret is forced to surrender herself to Shipley. Shipley is the white master, and he bears a light-skinned baby. So, faced with the humiliation of proving her deviance as well as her own complicity in it, Grange abandons Margaret, who later on kills herself and the baby. So far as his son Brownfield is concerned.
Ma'am, we have 2 minutes to conclude.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So far as the sexist violence is concerned, black women's servitude is deeply rooted in the institution of marriage. Marriage guarantees black men the power to suppress their women. The novel describes the struggle and sufferings of Margaret and Mem. Grant expresses his frustration and agitation in his relationship with Margaret. Margaret is feeling the effects of Grange's weekly cycles of violence and succumbs to drinking and seeks solace in the company of other men. So Brownfield, his son, he becomes depressed after a few years of blissful marriage with his wife Mem. Even Mem's true love is no longer enough to keep him going. He makes his wife an easy target of victimization owing to his helplessness he feels before his white boss. Now I'm reading the conclusion. This paper interprets the plight of black women in America and looks at them as victims of violence and othering in Walker's novel. They continue to be haunted by traumatic memories of the past as well as the discrimination and segregation they faced at every turn, even at the end of slavery. So, in the racist and the sexist American society, Black women are deprived of their identity, their dignity as humans. Both white and black male writers provide stereotypical and biased descriptions of Black women. Walker has come up with an insider's perspective and depicted the enslavement, suffering, torture, and anguish and past history of women of her community. So these are the works that I have cited and consulted. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. That was once again a very insightful take on the issue of uh, racism and the violence that it inflicts and perpetrates. Uh, Alice Walker, of course, the third life of Grange Copeland. I mean, the way she actually moves from the violence to search the genesis of it in sharecropping, debt economy, profiteering is seriously shows the capacity of novel, the capacity of literature to probe into the issues which apparently are considered to be out of the purview of literature, economy, uh, international relations, racial realignments. And I guess we are indebted to the people like Alice Walker for doing this, for you know extending that capacity to literature to engage with this so-called extra literary fields. So very important. Thank you
Absolutely,
for
sir.
this
Thank you very
presentation
much.
of your right. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir.
Right. Uh, our next presenter for the day is Dr. Paulami Guha Biswas, who is an assistant professor at Panchla Mahavidyalaya. And the title of her paper is Gandhi's Other Self, the Violent Representation of Nonviolence. Ma'am, as and when you're ready, you may
Yes.
very well start off with your presentation.
Yes. I begin my presentation. I begin my presentation here. The title of the paper is Gandhi's Other Self, the Violent Representation of Nonviolence. So all of us know that Gandhi, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, as the most celebrated leader, worldwide celebrated as the proponent of nonviolence and passive resistance. He was the most famous leader of Indian national movement. So all of these we know. But here in this paper, I want to present something that most of us do not know. We know him as a proponent of nonviolence, but as it is a seminar of English department, that's why I have chosen a topic that looks into the linguistic, deeper into the linguistic details of Gandhi's vocabulary. And we will see that in his vocabulary, the language he used, there were abundance of violent terms. And to explain the ideal of nonviolence, he used so many violent terms. And here I mostly base my research, my paper on the research of Maria Mishra, who has established this thesis that actually Gandhi's idea of nonviolence was a mirror image of violence. That violence and nonviolence both were embedded in his thoughts, and he used nonviolence as a weapon, and as a weapon against the British colonial rule. And he wanted to prepare the Indians as a non-violent army. So these sort of terms like weapon, army, militancy, these were abundant in his language, in his vocabulary. And here I begin my presentation. So we know that Gandhi was very rigid about his ideas about against violence, and he called for, I'm not going into the details of the history of three Gandhian movements. The first was non-cooperation, non-violent non-cooperation movement, which spanned from 1919 to 22. And the second one was civil disobedience movement from 30 to 32, and then later on also it dragged. And the third one was Quit India movement. Though Gandhi was arrested, all the national leaders were arrested in the beginning of the movement, but the popular resistance went on for a year. And here we know that the first movement in which Gandhi applied his ideal of non-violence, that was the non-cooperation movement. He called for the movement after a violent incident that took place at Chauri Chaura in the United Provinces in February 1922. He said that most Indians were not yet prepared for this sort of a movement of non-violence. But we know that in 1942, he gave the slogan, shouted the slogan, Karenge ya marenge, do or die. And that was a direct approach to violence, that we will use violent methods to eradicate colonial rule. So, and we are looking at it like first he was a follower of non-violence, and then his ideas shifted. So it was not like that. Within his ideas of non-violence, there were violence embedded. So can we call it Gandhi's other self? As we know that Ashish Nandi and other scholars, they have done research to bifurcate the selves of human beings, and one part of the self is visible, the other part is embedded, and we have to understand the human being as a whole, that human beings are actually a product of contradictory ideas. So in the case of Gandhi also, in this paper, I want to bust this myth that Gandhi looked at non-violence as a sole and only mode of eradicating the enemy. Gandhi had a close inclination to violence, and we know that Gandhi supported mass recruitment of Indians in the First World War. And he wrote in his volumes, he produced volumes throughout his life, volumes of writings. And in his writings, he wrote a lot about wars, the histories of wars, his ideas about wars, his approaches, and also he equalized, almost in some of his writings, he equalized westernization with war, that the Western valor, the valor and bravery of the Western people, he equalized with battles. And in the case of First World War, we see that he supported the British, and he inspired Indians to join the British Army in large numbers. Rajmohan Gandhi, in his book The Good Boatman, talked about Gandhi's ambiguous attitude towards violence, that we often get confused that what was his real attitude and what he actually understood by non-violence. Now, Gandhi was very much inclined to military affairs. He lauded the values associated with warriors and soldiers, such as courage, heroism, and self-sacrifice. These terms are used to describe the valor of soldiers, and Gandhi often used these terms to inspire the Indians. Maria Mishra called this tendency martiality, and she did not use this term militarism, because militarism means direct support to violence, but martiality is a more appropriate term to understand Gandhi's approach. Now, Gandhi's political motive was to shape the Indian people into a non-violent army. So we should keep a note of the terms, army here. Gandhi's fascination with the West was very much a fascination with the wars. The wars that took place in the Western world since ancient times, like the Spartans, the War of the Roses. Here I have mentioned, given a picture of the War of the Roses that took place in England in the 15th century. Then the Crimean War, the Boer War that happened in South Africa, the Franco-German War, the British-Afghan campaigns. All these inspired Gandhi's writings. He believed in masculine physical strength. That also comes up very much in many of his writings. In 1907, in an article, he wrote that the title of the article was "Will Indians Be Slaves?" And he mentioned about Japan. At that time, just before that, Japan defeated Russia. Russia was a huge power. Most of it that comes in Europe. The major part of Russia is in Europe. So Japan defeated Russia, and Gandhi was very much impressed by that. In the case of South Africa, we all know that Gandhi was in South Africa for many years. And in South Africa, that time anti-colonial rebellions were going on. One was the Bambatha rebellion in 1906. But in that case, Gandhi inspired, Gandhi called the Indians to join the British side, and he did not support the South Africans in that case. So he called Indians to join an Indian volunteer force in South Africa, earning the right to equal citizenship by joining the British forces as frontline soldiers. Now,
Ma'am, we
Gandhi,
have 2 more minutes.
Gandhi adapted this term "do or die" from Lord Alfred Tennyson's poem. He was a famous Victorian poet, and I have mentioned the poem here. Now, in his autobiography, also, he often used these terms like weapon, strength, like weapon of the weak. And it was clear that a new word must be coined by the Indians to designate their strength. Violence, he said that direct violence is the weapon of the weak. So he invented this term satyagraha. Satyagraha that contained Indian spirituality with the instinct of resistance. Satyagraha meant, all of us know that holding firm to truth, and it meant soul strength or soul force against armed force. So Satyagraha was a mirror image of armed force. Now, the logic of his non-violence was that only the Kshatriya caste, traditionally, we know that he believed in the Varna system of the Hindus, and traditionally only the Kshatriya caste was assigned to battles, assigned to fight. So that's why, to inspire or to mobilize the whole population of India, he invented, or he took up this method of non-violence, that not only the Kshatriya caste, but all the people can join the non-violent army. Now, military metaphors are abundant in his writing: army, war, battalion, etc. Millions of ants can kill an elephant by together attacking it at a vulnerable place. So this sort of imageries we are getting often. Now, at least once in his life, Gandhi supported a real army, that was the Azadin Fauj, the Indian National Army, by Subhash Chandra Bose. And while training his own satyagrahis, he also followed the same method like army, like discipline, drill, singing in chorus, flag hoisting, signaling, etc. So in his Khadi Satyagraha campaign, he inculcated mass discipline in his followers. And his objective was to create a martial nation. He often, in his commentaries on the Bhagavad Gita also, he said that non-violence is not always the road. So we should, like, the figure of Gandhi, the imaginary Gandhi, should be replaced as the real historical figure, which was Gandhi. And that real historical figure was much more complex than just a proponent of non-violence. So non-violence was actually a martial strategy for him. It was an alternative weapon to wage war against colonial rule. So yes, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was such an engrossing paper. I guess this particular topic should be one of the topics for a day-long discussion. The very idea of violence we do not really associate with Gandhi for sure, but I'm reminded of Slavoj Zizek, who, while talking on his book Violence and the Defense of Lost Causes, he said that well, Hitler was less violent than Gandhi. And he said that Hitler was not violent enough, while Gandhi's movement was actually violent because it effectively endeavored to interrupt the basic functioning of the British colonial rule. So if looked from the other side of the prism, the refraction seems completely different. And it's so very important to locate the nuanced usage of his words. It's so very appealing, and I have learned a lot from your presentation, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. So this brings us to our next presenter. We have Pragati Shukla with us, who is an assistant professor at Institute of Engineering and Technology, Lucknow. And the title of her paper is Exploring Religion as Collective Neurosis, a Freudian analysis of Digvijay Singh's Maya, 2001. I should have said it at the end, but I'm so grateful that you have taken this film up. It was such a disturbing watch when I first encountered it. I shouldn't interrupt you any longer. Please,
okay, thank you,
go
sir.
ahead with your presentation.
I'm just presenting my presentation, sir. Thank you.
Sure.
So my presentation is visible?
Yes, it is.
Wait a minute. Okay, a very good morning to all of you. Today, I will be exploring the intersection of the Sigmund Freud psychoanalytical theory and Digvijay Singh powerful film Maya that came in 2001. Specifically, we will see how the Freud concept of religion as a universal obsessional neurosis help us to interpret the ritualistic abuse depicted in film Maya. So the introduction part goes with Freud saw the deep parallels between the two, religion and the neurosis. And the central question of today's paper is how does Maya critique the ritualized religion through this Freudian lens? To ground this, we will first revisit Freud's original writings and then analyze how Maya illustrates these ideas through its narrative and symbolism. So the Freud first articulated this idea in 907 in Obsessive Actions and the Religious Practice. This was the first paper published by him on this topic. He noticed striking similarities between the religious rituals and the compulsions of neurosis. Both are repetitive, often irrational, and serve to manage unconscious fears and guilt. For example, just as a person with OCD might wash hands repeatedly, Freud said the religious adherents repeat rituals to cleanse or control anxieties they cannot consciously face. If we talk about the later development in this concept, the Freud expanded on this in his book The Future of an Illusion in 1927. He argued that religion is not just an individual neurosis but a collective one, a shared illusion that provides comfort in the face of human helplessness. This framework helps us to understand why the entire communities cling to rituals even when they cause harm. This is what we see vividly in the film Maya. Now, coming to the next point, just understand what is the film Maya is all about. It is set in the rural Andhra Pradesh. The character Maya follows a 12-year-old girl as she undergoes a so-called religious coming-of-age rituals after her first menstruation. Instead of celebration, the ritual becomes an act of sexual abuse sanctioned by the religious authority and accepted by the community. The film critiques not only the individual act of violence, but systematic ritualized abuse rooted in the tradition. Now, what Freud says the ritual abuse as a neurosis. Freud would view that rituals in Filmaya as a compulsive act. The community repeats it blindly to manage their own unconscious fears and desire. For the priest, the ritual mask represents sexual urges, but for the community, participating in these rituals provides relief from the guilt, and they convince themselves it's a holy. As the priest says, God has been very kind to this girl, Maya. This is a textbook example of a collective obsessional neurosis. Moreover, the film is also about the gender power and the control. The Freud also linked religion to the patriarchal power. Priests act as a father figures, ultimate moral authorities. In Maya, the male priests, they control female sexuality through ritualized abuse. Menstruation, as it is seen as impure, but it is framed in rituals meant to purify. But in reality, these are means to assert the male dominance over female bodies, echoing Freud's point that the religion often manages sexual anxieties in ways that harm women. Family and society as enablers. So the tragedy in Maya is just not the priest abuse, but the family's complicity. Even educated parents illustrating Freud ideas that the social neurosis overrides the reasons. Following the ritual allows families to maintain their place in the social order in the society and to avoid the guilt of questioning faith. Moreover, as Freud wrote, rituals maintain social cohesion at great psychological cost. The film also has symbols and call to questions. The film uses symbols powerfully. The lizard represent outdated surviving tradition, is still dangerous because no one questions them. The children's innocent questioning contrasts with adult obedience. The film ends with a chilling note. These practices continue a call to reject blind faith and embrace rational awareness, just as Freud advocated. Coming to the conclusion, in a sum, Freud's concept of religion as a universal obsessional neurosis helps to explain the deep psychological mechanism in the movie Maya. We see how ritualized abuse is perpetuated through the repressions, guilt, and the patriarchal control. The film asks us, will we protect the tradition or protect children? The Freud would urge us to replace harmful illusions with the reason. So at the end, the Maya powerfully makes the same plea, one that remains urgent today. Thank you, sir. I have presented.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. All I can say is that while uh, analysis through Freud is something that we must do of a work such as Maya, um, it is so very important to merely talk about it. The effect of Maya was so hard hitting. Um, to even imagine that a ritual like this uh, is still going on, and to be engulfed by the terrible angst that the visual of it causes, once again reposits us our faith on uh, the forms of art, because no matter uh, how elaborately we go into the sociology of it, psychology of it, economics of it, the sheer effect of it is something that we need to kind of hurl onto ourselves as a society, even deep into the 21st century. So thank you. We are so grateful that you have taken this up and we have talked about Maya in this forum. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Right. So now we have our next presenter. We have Salma Begum, who is an assistant professor at University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. And the title of my presentation is Empowerment and Liberation of Women in R.K. Narayan's novels, with particular reference to the guide.
Okay, can I
You can
start?
start off. Sure.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good morning, respected teachers and esteemed participants. I am Salma Begum, Assistant Professor, Department of English, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. My title of the paper is Empowerment and Liberation of Women in R.K. Narayan's novels, with particular reference to the guide. Introduction. R.K. Narayan, as a writer, voices the emancipation of women in the Orthodox society of India, where men have a superior stand and women are confined to home with all types of traditions and taboos which they need to follow as well as avoid. R.K. Narayan presents his women characters as victimized in the patriarchal setup, but such a situation also enables his female characters to grow as a person. Objectives: unveiling the female spirit in R.K. Narayan's novels. Empowerment is only possible through education that acts as a prerequisite for a woman to become assertive, strong, and independent. Emphasize that while the setting of the novel, Rosie, we find Rosie, who often faces the patriarchal norms, and Narayan introduces characters who also challenges these norms. To discuss the prevailing societal expectations of women in the era Narayan wrote about, where we see that domesticity, subservience, and motherhood becoming their only identity. Coming to the novel, The Guide and Overview. This novel was published in the year 1958, and in the novel, we come across Raju's journey from being a tourist guide who rose to be the spiritual guide, and his relationship with Rosie. Rosie here is introduced as a central figure. The novel discusses her background as a dancer from a Devadasi family, married to a wealthy man, and joins a conventional family. The novel highlights the unconventional nature of Rosie's background compared to the typical Malgudi woman. Next slide is Rosie, a glimmer of unconventionality. The character of Rosie in the guide shows how essential education is for a woman. She
I'm
breaks
sorry to
the
interrupt you, but we can't
yes,
see your slides. If you could start presenting, I guess you're not presenting your slides now.
is it? Actually, it's not opening, sir.
Okay, all right. In that case, we have to do it with the slides. Then, ma'am, please carry on with your presentation.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
So next is Rosie, a glimmer of unconventionality. So here we see that the character of Rosie in the guide shows how essential education is for a woman. Rosie breaks the mold by chasing her love for dance, which is suppressed by her husband, Marco. Her unhappy married life stifles her spirit and artistic expression, and she also longs for a life beyond the domestic confines. She expresses her desire for self expression, for personal fulfillment, which was also rare for women in her societal context. Next is the journey of Rosie towards her liberation. The novelist Arkin Narayan wanted to bring about a change to the miserable state of women, and therefore we find many women characters in his novels who portray the new woman thought. For example, to the character of Savitri in The Dark Room, Narayan depicts the condition of women in the 1930s. We also see here that Raju's encouragement and recognition of her talent, really helps Rosie, and she takes a bold decision to leave her unfulfilling marriage. The novelist again draws the circumstances under which Rosie feels compelled to break the shackles and liberate from her bond with Marco. Her act of leaving her husband is also a significant step towards self liberation, defying societal expectations of a good wife. Next is artistic and financial independence. The novel discusses the rise of Rosie as a renowned dancer, and she names herself as Nalini. She gets a new identity by attaining fame and the ability to earn her own living. She is no longer defined by her relationship with a man. Next is challenges and setback to empowerment. The novel delves into the dark side of Raju's character as well, his manipulation, possessiveness towards Rosie, and imprisonment because of mismanaging her finances. And we see that the societal judgment, which Rosie keeps on facing each and every time, and despite her success, she experiences disillusionment to a large extent. Next is Rosie's enduring spirit. Rosie continues with her career and moves ahead with her pursuit of an authentic life aligned with her passion. We see here that liberation is an internal state of being, and it is a commitment to a woman's own identity and passion, and this reflects in the character of Rosie in how she doesn't return to her husband Marco, and also she doesn't wait for Raju. Conclusion: Arkinaryan's work suggests that true liberation comes from within and the pursuit of one's authentic self, regardless of societal constraints in any forms. The novel The Guide offers a profound exploration of women empowerment through Rosie's journey, from a repressed partner to a celebrated artist. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a fresh new take on a classic that we all love. And it is so very important to talk about Guide, a film, a novel like Guide, because I guess it kind of takes a fresh new look on the very idea of female agency and how that is shifting with the advent of a new economic system post independence. Because the family of Rosie, I mean, they had always been working as a dancer in the temples. So the element of work and earning a livelihood in a different way, maybe, but it was always there. But what is actually considered to be work? What is, I mean, defined as wage labor, and how a woman has to grapple with that realignment with the shift of the society. I mean, is something that I mean, Arkanarayan so fascinatingly does with his work. Thank you for your wonderful paper, ma'am. Right. We now have our next presenter in Dhananjoy Mahaldar, who is a research scholar at Sikkim University, and the title of his presentation is Representation of Generational Violence, Traversing Through Gombhira Folklore. Sir, as and when you're ready, you may start off with your presentation. I guess the network is doing some tricks here. Do we have Dhananjoy Mahaldar in the meeting room?
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
You're audible. Yes, you are audible, sir. So if you're ready, you may very well switch on your video and start off with your presentation.
Just a second.
Sure.
So am I visible now?
Yes, you are. Very much. Yeah. Good
Just a
morning.
second, sir. I'm sharing my screenshot. Just a second. So is my PPT visible, sir? Hello, sir.
Not yet, not yet. Your PPT is not visible as yet.
Just a second, sir.
Sure.
Now, sir. Now is it visible?
Yes, I guess it is. Yes, yes, it is very much visible. You may very well go to the slideshow mode and start off with your presentation. Right.
Just a second. So now is it okay, sir?
Yes, it is visible. Yeah, we are good to go.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So good morning, everyone. I'm Dhananjoy Mahaldar. I'm a research scholar of Sikkim University. So the today's title of my presentation is Representations of Generational Violence, Traversing Through Gambhira Folklore. So before we go to the further discussion, we need to know about Gambhira, like what is Gambhira? So this is the history of Gambhira. Gambhira is a traditional folk art form and festival celebrated in Malda district of West Bengal. It is traditionally performed on the occasion of Chaitra Sankranti, the last day of Chaitra month, which is Bengali years, which falls between 15th of March to 15th of April. But nowadays, Gambhira is performed throughout the year in many occasional platforms. The term Gambhira comes from Gambhir, which is another name of Lord Shiva. Gambhira originated in the Malda district of West Bengal, deeply rooted in the religious rituals and community gatherings. The religious festival is followed by certain rituals. The traditional rituals are as follows: Got Bora, which is pouring the pitcher, then followed by Choto Tamasha, which is short play, then followed by Boro Tamasha, which is long play. Then at the end, the Gambhira performance is end with the Ahara or the songs of Gambhira. But in contemporary times, Gambhira has taken the shape of popular folk theatre, as you can see in the picture. Moving on to the like how this was like Gambhira as a folk festival, and now how it turns into a folk theater. So this is a basic difference between these two.
I
Moving
hate
on.
to interrupt you here, Dhananjoy, just
Yes,
to
sir. Yes, sir.
tell you that your slideshow is not on. So in that case, but from where I can see, I can only see the first page or first slide of your presentation. So if you could kindly switch on to the slideshow mode. Yes, yes, it's good that way. So if the slideshow is not working for some reason, then could you please just click
Now,
on the
sir.
relevant slide? Now,
Now,
it is not the slideshow proper, but yes, we are getting to see a slide which has a title History of Gambhira, right?
yes, sir. Sir, so
So
all of you
as
can
and
see,
when
sir.
I guess all of us are in unison on this. So as and when you are moving to your next slide, I request you to kindly click onto the relevant slide so that we can see it on screen. Now it's all right. If you're talking about history of Gambhira, it's perfectly fine. So once you're done with this slide, I'd request you to kindly click onto the relevant slide so that we can actually see it on the screen as well. Since
Sir, is it not moving?
slideshow is not, yes, the slide is not moving. The slideshow mode is not on for some reason.
No, it's just
If you could, I guess the F5 button is a shortcut to the slideshow. If you could go for that, or you can very well click on that slideshow at the bottom right corner of your screen. Yes.
Yes, sir. I have clicked it, sir.
Oh, you have clicked it, but somehow it's not showing here. So I'd request you to kindly click.
It is moving, sir.
Click onto the relevant
now.
slides. And not really, not with me at least. It's all right. It's perfectly fine. You just keep on clicking onto the relevant slides as you continue with your presentation. It's perfectly all right. We can very well understand what you're trying to say, and we can see your slides as well. It's just that the slideshow is not working. You please carry on. No problem. Yep.
So this is also not working now.
Apparently not, sir. But it's all right. We can see the continued slide. Yep, it's fine.
Can I present it the insert, please, or after this, sir?
Yes, I can see a slide once again, which is representation of colonial and contemporary violence. Yes, but it is not in a slideshow mode. That is my question. But that's all right. That's once again all right. It's perfectly fine. Please carry on. Please carry on. It's all right. We already have a paucity of time, so please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so now we are coming. The introduction portions, the farmers or locals complaining to Nana, loving addition to Lord Shiva about the social problems and asking for solutions have been the main traditional plotline of all Gambhira performance. So here in this paper explores the generational violence, the phenomenon of generational violence through the evolving dynamics of Gambhira folklore. It also examines the role of Gambhira folklore in elaborating on the social violence that occurred in the past and the current degradations of society. Moving on to the next slide, understanding generational violence. So, what is generational violence? Generational violence may be understood as the repetitive transmission of trauma, authoritarian norms, silence, shame, and socioeconomic burdens from one generation to the next. It manifests in both explicit forms like punishment, forced labor, and deprivation, and subtle forms like silencing youth voices, suppressing dissent, and enforcing rigid traditions that no longer serve present needs. In traditional societies, especially those enriched in hierarchical familial structures, such platforms often go unrecognized, being mistaken for discipline, respect, and traditions. Moving on to the next slide, which is the representations of colonial to contemporary violence. The point of departure of Gambhira from traditional practice to contemporary folk theatre was explicit during the British colonial rule, especially in the late 19th and 20th century. This transformation was influenced by the socio-political environment of West Bengal during British colonial rules, where the performers began to use Gambhira as a tool of social awareness against the critique of colonial policies and to awaken the freedom consciousness among the citizens, like how the Britishers tortured Indians or the West Bengal peoples there. So they portray those things in the Gambhira songs and dialogues. After the independence of India in 1947, Gambhira gained popularity and established itself as a secular and satirical folk theatre in the localized territory of Malda. Modern interpretations of Gambhira reflect the changing themes and address contemporary issues such as gender equality, fundamental rights, child marriage, child labor, social and socio-political and environmental issues. Nowadays, even the local self-government of Gambhira of Malda uses Gambhira as a tool for generating social awareness among the masses. Hence, Gambhira represents unheard violences of a society, and at the same time, it spreads social consciousness among the masses. Moving on to the next slide, the performance addresses the issues of local community like high price of essential commodities, a poor health and education system, youth unemployment, and political corruptions. Apart from this, there are performances where the themes of extramarital affairs, social media vulgarities, financial fraud cases have been addressed. The performers criticizes the performer criticizes how social media vulgarity influences today's youth and how financial fraud is executed through hacking the phones or hacking the phones and laptops and
Dhananjoy, you need to unmute yourself. You have somehow muted yourself here. You need to unmute yourself. Yes. Please try to speak. I mean, I'm sorry, but you're not audible. Can anyone else confirm whether Dhananjoy is audible here?
No, sir, he's not.
Yes, thank you. Um, I think you need to see to your audio here, Dhananjoy. I mean, somehow we can't listen to you any longer.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
Hello.
yes, it's good now. It's good. Yep, it's good now. And
So the
I
now
need
the
to,
current. Yes,
we
sir.
need to kind of
So the
wind up in
current.
2 more minutes, sir. Huh?
Yes,
We
sir.
have
Yes,
2 more
I'll
minutes.
do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, right.
I'll do it, sir. Just. Yes, sir. So the current issue of West Bengal's 26,000 teachers who lost their jobs or are also being addressed there in the Gambhira performances. Moving on to the next one, I wanted to I wanted to put a song here. So there, the health degradations or the poor condition of health is represented through our songs. So there, Boli Nana, হাসপাতালে তোর ডাক্তাররা সব কানা ধনীদের সেবা করে চেম্বারে ভরে গরিবদের বাঁচতে করে মানা. So here how like the doctors are not treated the poor in a good way to the hospitals. Instead of their opening their new chambers and they earning money with a much amount of visiting charges and all. So like this these things also addressed in Gambhira. So then violence of the everyday life, so Gambhira also addressed the violences of everyday life, like everyday quarrelings, for high price for lands, for joblessness of society. So these things are also been addressed in Gambhira performances. Moving on to the next one, performance as protest. So Gambhira is also works as a performance of protest. Gambhira folk theatre traditional for West Bengal functions as a powerful form of protest of performance, using satire, humor, and dialogues between Nana, Lord Shiva, and the farmers. Is critique social injustices, political corruptions, and economic hardships. Moving on to the next one, symbolism of symbolism of violence. Nana represents the traditions, rigid tradition and authority. Then farmers represents the suppressed dissent and youthful frustrations. Then the Uchit Korta, one of the farmer, represents the whole society or works as a representative of society. So these things addressed as a symbolism of violence there in Gambhira. Moving on to the conclusion part, thus generational violence is represented through the songs, dialogues, and witty commentaries of Gambhira folklore. From classical to modern, it addresses the social violence through performances. Thus, Gambhira is able to sustain itself in the rapidly changing town Malda for its adaptability of themes over time. Hence, Gambhira is used as a weapon to represent generational violence and spread social awareness. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for taking up this folk art form of Gambhira, which is far less talked about and doesn't really get the attention that it deserves. And what really fascinates me about Gambhira is that how it has withstood violence itself, the violence of partition, because
Yes, sir.
while during the pre-partition days, Gambhira was practiced in a wide swathe of land across the two Bengals, presently Bangladesh, and Rajshahi and Nagaon, along with Malda, used to be the hubs of Gambhira. And
Yes, sir.
many of the performers from Rajshahi used to come to Malda and perform. With partition, the porosity of the border was no longer there, and that dealt the entire art form of Gambhira a huge setback. But the very fact that it is not only surviving, it is thriving today,
Yes,
as
sir.
your presentation has rightly pointed out. Posits our fate and makes us so assured that these art forms have themselves withstood the onslaught of violence and are not afraid to talk about the violence in everyday life. Thank you for
Yes.
that wonderful presentation. Barring the technical glitches, was fantastic. Right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Our next presenter for the day is Omlan Doto,
Yes, I am
research
here.
scholar.
Yes.
Yes, is a research scholar and is associated with Novogram KBCS High School, High Secondary, West Bengal, and the title of his presentation is Voices from the Margin, Trauma, Migration, and Othering in Select Partition Stories from Bangladesh. Sir, the stage is all yours.
Okay, thank you.
Are you trying to present your screen here?
Yes, yes, yes. But it is not
All right.
presenting.
Okay.
What's the matter? 1 second.
Yeah, please try once.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I am Omlan Doto. Today, we are going to discuss the topic Voices from the Margin, Trauma, Migration, and Othering in Select Partition Stories from Bangladesh. At first, what is 1947 partition? It marked the end of British rule in South Asia. It saw the formation of modern India, Pakistan, and since 1971, Bangladesh. It also resulted in the partition of Punjab and Bengal province. It was accompanied with violent deaths, murders, rapes, abduction of women, and sectarian violence. Next, why long partition in Bengal? Punjab partition was a one-time event. It was restricted primarily to 3 years, 1947 to 1950. It was much bloodier and more destructive. And as a result of it, the region was divided into two rigid divisions due to political, strategic, and military considerations. In Bengal partition, we saw partitions in 1905, 1947, and in 1971. So here it is a continuing process, and here we can find lack of closure and processes of slow and agonizing terror. The Bengal border is also porous and flexible, so here we can find constant cross-border movement and migration. Next, what do we mean by partition literature? 1947 partition gave rise to this genre. Partition literature is composed in different languages like Bengali, Hindi, Punjabi, Urdu, English, etc. It deals with the themes of violence, displacement, loss, trauma, rehabilitation, and resettlement due to partition. Next, unexplored partition narratives from Bangladesh. Partition literature is mainly dominated by voices from western part of India, around India-Pakistan border. The eastern part of India, around India-Bangladesh border, rarely finds a place in discussions of partition studies. The partition narratives from Bangladesh are unheard. Their position is marginal, and they never gained any kind of prominent share in partition studies. Our case is two short stories from Bangladesh, which explore the sense of loss, separation, migration, displacement, nostalgia, identity, belonging, and longing felt by the communities going through the trauma of partition during and long after the actual event. The stories are Porobashi by Hasan Azizul Haq and Shit Pipashar Devdano by Wasi Ahmed. They are selected as they amply illustrate the interrelations between othering and violence. Now, Porobashi, the alien, our first story. Its author is Hasan Azizul Haq. Its characters are Boshir, the protagonist, Bosir's wife and 8-year-old son, Wazaddi, Bosir's uncle, Bhakta, and an unidentified person. It tells us about an escape of a rural, lower class Muslim laborer during the riots of, it tells us about an escape of a rural, lower class Muslim laborer during the riots in 1947. Its setting is in a village in Dar region in Bengal. Boshir and Wazaddi, both of them small farmer and agricultural laborer, hear about the imminent communal disturbances in their village area. But they refuse to leave their homeland. The rioters killed Boshir's wife, son, and Wazaddi in front of his eyes. Now Boshir escapes from his homeland in fear of life. Suddenly, he meets another lone person fleeing like him. He kills the stranger in a fit of frenzy. Next, to understand Porobashi, after killing the stranger, Boshir realizes that the man he killed and Wazaddi, who was killed by rioters, are actually the members of the same human community who are the victims of communal violence. At the time of death, both their faces are marked by appalling wonder of being killed by the strangers who have no reasons of enmity towards them. Boshin now comprehends the land where he is going and the land which he is living are essentially the same. He is alien or the other in terms of being human in both these lands. Communal violence initiated processes of othering the victim. It also resulted in his displacement from his homeland. His act of violence makes him aware of his own feeling of being the other in a land ravaged by communal violence and communal hatred. It reminds us of the lines of Nabarun Bhattacharya. This valley of death is not my land, this blood-stained butcher shop is not my land. এই মৃত্যুপত্যকা আমার দেশ নয়, এই রক্তস্নাত কসাইখানা আমার দেশ নয়। Now, Shik Pipashar Devdano, The Monsters of the Winter and Thirst. Its author is Wasi Ahmed. Its setting is in Dhanmondi, Dhaka, Bangladesh. The characters are Mihir Devnath, a middle-aged pharmacist protagonist, his wife Mollika, son Polash, daughter Joba, and mother Sudharani. Montu is his landlord's son, and there is a police officer also. It deals with the dilemma and problems of minorities in recent Bangladesh. It centers on the frantic search for the missing 15-year-old Polash Devnath. Now to unravel Shik Pipashar Devdano, Montu helps Mihir and his family in their frantic search for their missing son Polash. Mollika holds Mihir responsible for this mishap as he refused to leave Bangladesh for India. Sudharani agrees with this. Mollika suspects Montu to have kidnapped Polash. Mihir partly accepts this suspicion as it would send them off to India in fear of life. At police station, he receives a cold reception and a stark reminder of his minority identity from the police officer. The verbal violence of the police officer initiates the feeling of the other in him. Outside the police station, the feeling of the other grips him totally. He begins to shiver in cold. Through the weather, though the winter is not so wintry. Actually, he begins to realize that the state is refusing to accept the existence of minority people like him. He attacks Montu near his residence in distrust and suspicion. Surprised Montu resists the attack. The story portrays the othering of the minorities and the consequent fear, distrust, and suspicion among them in post-partition Bangladesh. It illustrates the situation of othering and the resultant continuing migration of minorities from Bangladesh till date. Now to sum up, the stories illustrate how partition and its afterlife is instrumental in the processes of othering the minority or marginal communities. The stories also show how violence, physical and or verbal, takes a bigger role in the processes of othering. Boshir and Mihir both feel the emotions of being the other as violence hits them hard. This feeling of being the other in their homeland results in their displacement and migration. The stories point towards the role of hegemonic power structures to inflict violence and the processes of othering on the marginal minority communities. They show stories of human suffering across the barbed wire are the same, irrespective of caste, creed, and community. The stories illustrate trauma of losing one's home or homeland, communal hatred submerged by feelings of empathy, love, and friendship, human endeavor to win over tragic sufferings, and renew life with a new meaning. The stories teach us lessons of love, empathy, and indomitable human spirit, not hatred. The stories remind us of a line of a song by Moushumi Bhomik, wounds have accumulated on the breasts of our time. এই সময়ের বুকে ক্ষত জমে আছে. These are my works cited. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation once again, because I guess our side of the partition story is something that we have not really talked much about, the Eastern Partition. That is why, while the presentation had been very neat, very, very exhaustive, I do share my disagreement with one particular phrase of yours that the Western Partition, the Pakistan Partition, that is, the Punjab Partition, was much bloodier than ours. Let me humbly, submit my disagreement on this, because the partition that we have been subjected to on the eastern side, because of the fact that we haven't really talked about it much, it has been as bloody, if not more. And as you have rightly pointed out in your presentation, that while the Punjab partition had been a one-time affair, ours is something that we have bore the brunt of deep into the 2010s when we exchanged the cheat mohuls, right?
Yes, yes.
So this one consciousness that we have left with, we are living with, and in that way, we on the two sides of Bengal border, we are children of violence even till date, and this is something that we cannot really shake off from our consciousness ever, and it is hence such a significant effort to talk about it, to take up texts, to search for those narratives, to locate those memoirs, to to appreciate those films that have been made. So your presentation have done a great job.
Thank you.
In furthering that cause. Thanks a lot, because partition studies is something which is very close to my heart, and that is why your presentation I found really fascinating. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Right. We have a 10th presenter here, and this is S. Suta Varsini of SRN Arts and Science College. And the title of her presentation is The Subaltern Rises, Caste, Land and Resistance in Vetrimaran's Asuran. If Amruta is present here in the meeting room, we may have your presentation now. I guess Amruta
Good
is
morning,
here.
everybody.
Yeah, good morning. As
Thank
and
you,
when you're
sir.
ready, we can very well start off with your presentation. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So is my screen visible?
It was a moment ago, but currently, yes, it is. It is visible. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Is my
Yeah.
presentation visible?
Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect. Please go ahead.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. So I would like to present on the topic the subaltern races, caste, land, and resistance in Vetrimaran's Asuran. So basically, I've picked up this film that got released a few years back, now say 5 to 6 years back. And now I would like to talk about how the attitude of the subaltern or the voiceless has changed over the years. So to begin with, I will start by talking about how caste is used in the movie as a colonial construct. Now, like we know, when we were colonized, there were many different ways in which the Britishers tried to divide and rule, and one such thing was caste. And one tool that they used was caste, and others being religion and so on and so forth. Now, caste itself is a very, very colonial construct because during the time of colonization, the idea of caste or casteism and caste discrimination sort of intensified among the public, among the general public, which were the Indians at that time. So, similar to the caste in this movie is the colonial rule. So, you can draw parallels between how caste rules over people and how the colonizers ruled over people because caste became very, very strong during the colonial times, and that sort of widened the divide between the upper class and the lower class, or the upper caste and the lower caste in India. And they actually used caste as the tool to, in fact, control land, to inflict violence, and to deprive the poor of their basic needs and rights. And in this particular movie, we find that Sivaswamy, who is the protagonist of the movie, he, during his young days, he could not even wear slippers, or rather, his entire group of people belonging to the same caste could not wear slippers. They were not allowed to wear slippers in front of, or even in general, they could not wear slippers while walking on the ground. They had to walk barefoot because that was the sort of colonization that they inflicted by using caste as a tool. And also, we find that in the movie, feudalism is in place, wherein the feudal lords or the landlords are in strict control of their lands. Now, the main conflict in the movie arises when the upper caste people try to grab the land from the Dalits, who are Sivaswamy and his family. That's generally a prototype of any particular family that is being made to undergo torments because of the upper caste who wants to snatch or grab the land from the poor people. So basically, we find that it is reminiscent of the colonial landlord and the zamindari system as well, this particular movie. The next thing that I would like to draw your attention to is the distinction between land and rights, or how land and rights are sort of snatched from the lower class people or the Dalits as portrayed in this particular movie. The fighting for land is very, very common as far as post colonial studies are concerned, because as far as post colonialism is concerned, we think that the land is our identity. And entering into another person's land, or a forte for that matter, actually is like intruding into somebody's privacy, or it is like the land forms a part of our culture, our identity, and also it gives autonomy to the person who owns the land. And fighting for the land in this particular case, in the case of Sivaswamy and his family, and of course his sons, he loses one of his sons as well in the feud. So that entire thing can be likened to a lot of post-colonial writers looking at land and the emotion that is attached to the lands. For example, we also find such emotions in Chinua Achebe's novels, like Things Fall Apart, and most of his other novels, Arrow of God. All of them actually talk about how land is closely associated with culture. And when somebody else intrudes into that privacy, you actually lose your not just your land, but also your culture, your tradition, and all of it. And the colonial legacy still lives on even after they left, in the form of these landlords, and in the form of these capitalists who still continue to live in our country. And the oppression of the meek by the wealthy too is colonization in one sense. It need not necessarily be the outsiders or the colonizers coming and colonizing our nation. But in the movie, we find that colonization is actually done by our own people, done by a group of Indians to another group of Indians. That also could be seen as a form of colonization, because there's complete denial of land rights to the lower class people. And that is an instance of othering, wherein we find the lower class people are considered to be others or outcasts in that society. Because later on, when we look at how the judiciary itself helps only the upper class. I will talk about that in a bit of a time. But then everything is only in favor of the upper caste, and nothing is in favor of the lower caste. And the next thing that I would like to talk about is subaltern resistance. Now, subaltern, like we all know, is the term that was given by Gayatri Spivak. Can the Subaltern Speak is the name of the title. But then here we find that the subaltern cannot just speak, but they can also fight against oppression. Yeah, because we find that Sivaswamy and his family, they not only voice out their difficulties, but they also fight back against oppression. They actually, in fact, kill the landlord who sort of kills their eldest son, and that actually results in the plot. The rest of the story forms part of what happens after killing the landlord. So they not just voice out their difficulties, but they in fact fight back. So the subaltern cannot just speak, but they can also fight back. So in this particular movie, we find that there is an awakening of the subaltern consciousness. So what we find is the subaltern or the lower caste, they no longer have to be subdued or be submissive to their landlords, but they can in fact fight back. Particularly the sons of Sivaswamy, they prove that violence is the way in which they can protest against the feudal lords, because after the death of the eldest son, it is the younger son who actually fights back and he kills the landlord. So we find that the subaltern, after seeing a lot of oppression, they at some point of time, they of course revolt or fight back against the colonizers or the oppressors. And that also is in line with what Marx said. When a particular group of people continue to be subdued, they at one point in time will rise against and create a revolution or a revolt. So that is also something that we find in this particular movie. The next is unchanged modern institutions. Now, like we know from
Ma'am,
our
we have
yes, sir.
2 more minutes. We have 2 more
Sure, sir,
minutes
I'll wind up.
for you
I'll
to
wind
wind
up.
up. Right.
Yeah, yeah. So we we have of course seen in from our prior knowledge, we know that judiciary and the law and police are somebody who actually favored the Britishers when they were in rule, when during the colonial rule. So therefore, even in this movie, what we find is similar to the colonizers are the landlords, and the landlords are being supported by the judiciary in the country. So these modern institutions like police, law, and judiciary, they remain sort of unchanged. They are similar as they were during the time of colonization. The next concept that I would like to talk about is hybridity. Hybridity is actually a concept that was given by Homi K. Baba. So we find how Sivaswamy has a very, very hybrid identity. Initially, in the flashback, we find that during his young years, he was actually somebody who was rebellious. He was sort of a rebel in his own community. But then after he experiences a lot of trauma, oppression, loss, and also because of his survival, he actually changes his identity. He becomes submissive. Because there are instances where you actually see him falling at the feet of all the villagers in order to protect his son. So therefore, we find that his identity is very, very ambivalent, which he has neither become free of his rebellious nature, nor has he fully assimilated uh, the rebellious nature. The next is silence and voice. We find that towards the end of the movie, of course, Sivaswamy actually surrenders on behalf of his son, and then he tells his son that education, unity, and awareness should be there in the next generation in order to fight against oppression. And therefore, he asks his son to pick up education as a tool using which he can fight, and that also echoes the ideas of Thiongo in decolonizing the mind. So to conclude, I would like to just tell you that Asuran is basically a very, very post-colonial narrative of resistance, wherein we find that colonialism has mutated into various issues, like say for example, caste, class structures, and all of it in independent India. And we see how the colonial legacy only continues even after colonization, and it actually valorizes or instigates subaltern resistance and revolt against the upper class. Yes, and that is my presentation. Thank you all for your patience listening.
Thank you, Amruta, for a wonderful presentation. What
Thank you, sir.
really is the biggest takeaway, yeah, thanks, from your presentation is that how violence can actually be the language of resistance. As you have rightly pointed out, that violence as a way of protest. Um, I mean, if we look at the Vekai's novel and of course Vetriraman's film, the primary problem, I guess, was with the issue of visibility of the oppressed because
Yes,
of the lack of land, because of the lack of land rights, as you have rightly pointed out. The oppressed class, they are not visible socially. They are pushed into the anonymity so overwhelmingly that they can hardly make their presence felt. So much so that the oppression meted out to them is not really talked about much. So when they get violent, and violence becomes their singular weapon, I guess, by which they can assert their identity, they can make the oppression that has been meted out uh, on them through generations palpable to the larger audience. So in that way, violence becomes a positive tool of resistance. I mean, that is so well put in your argument, and how well you have presented the same in your paper. Thanks a lot for your
thank you, sir.
presentation, ma'am. Right. Now, of course, we are coming towards the end of our presentation session. I'd once again go back to the list that I've been provided with, and we still have number one on the list is Abibelsia A. If Abibelsia is present here, would you please care to respond once? If not, then we'll be moving to our presenters who were listed in the serial number 2, Vikas Chandani and Priyanka Mishra Chandani. They are here, I'm sure. They have texted me, respectively Assistant Professor and Lecturer in Virangana Rani Durgavati Government Girls College, Takhtpur, and Government Girls Polytechnic, Bilaspur. The title of their paper is Emergency Echoes, Tracing the Past in Today's India. So if Professor Chandani is present here. Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So as and
very
when
good
you're ready, you
afternoon.
may start off with your presentation. Yeah, good morning.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to one and all. My name is Dr. Vikas Chandani, and the title of my paper is Emergency Echoes, Tracing the Past in Today's India. Although I'm an assistant professor of English, I have rather limited this presentation to politics and media. I hope my PPT is visible and moving.
Yeah, it is visible. I'm not too sure about its move. Amruta, would you please care to mute yourself?
Sorry, sir.
It's all right. Yeah.
Is it moving
Yeah.
now, sir?
Yeah. But yeah, it's not. I mean, moving with me, it's not. But I can see the slide that reads introduction as its title. Yeah.
Give me a second. Now is it?
I'm afraid it is not. But that's all right. I mean, if you could click on the relevant slide as you carry on with it. Now it's perfectly fine. Yeah. The slideshow is on. Yeah.
Okay. So, although I could have really linked it to a literary text, I rather thought that it would be a good idea to keep it limited to present scenario, because although we are living in the same country, we are experiencing different political scenarios, I could say diachronically and synchronically. The research question that I wanted to pinpoint at was, are we in a state of emergency without knowing it? Although emergency is a big word, and what happened in 1975 cannot be equated without an equally political turmoil, equally significant political turmoil. However, we do understand that there are certain aspects of the 1975 emergency that have echoed ever since. Regardless of what government is in power, we've always seen some of the things reiterate in and around our nation. There were certain political patterns that have been experienced later in India. That is, the 1975 emergency perhaps has laid itself lowly and unnoticeably in India. But without disconcert, we can simply say that the emergency has never passed. It is perhaps here. Going to the background, we would study that the 1975 emergency had certain features. It was declared in June 25, 1975, under the leadership of Indira Gandhi, and it had certain prospects, certain ideas in mind. Although there were certain things, certain characteristics, such as suspended civil liberties and the arresting of about approximately 1 lakh people. There was press censorship. Media was told to have been crawled instead of bent. Political leaders such as L.K. Advani have often pointed out that the media almost was crippled during this time. Judiciary was undermined, and judges were really transferred and appointed on the basis of loyalty to a particular political party. And the fact is that even though it is considered that the High Court or the Supreme Court is one of the largest statutes of India, one of the most powerful bodies, autocratic, autonomous bodies in India, they can be easily moved or amended if a state of emergency is prevailed. Article 19, that is freedom of speech, expression, and assembly, was suspended, although it has never been practically suspended or officially put on papers to be suspended after that. But we do experience that there is a continuous restriction on certain sorts of political expressions or certain political gatherings, or even in certain cases when it comes to social media or exposition to YouTube or Facebook or WhatsApp, certain speech. Power was heavily centralized in the Prime Minister's office. Uh, Commenting on that would really land me into jail, so I won't really go into that, but we all are quite smart to understand that. There are certain articles that help support my idea, saying such as historical echoes as a lens to the present. That is Ramchandra Guha's paper. He's quite a prominent historian, and he compares Indira Gandhi's authoritarianism to Modi's. Studies like imbalance in representation by Chakraborty and her supporters find that growing media polarization since 2014 has been uh, reflecting upon the state of media after 1975. Current press restrictions analyzed by The Guardian. Uh, the paper is titled Never Since 1975-77 Has Media Freedom Been So Shackled. Also, support the idea that media is not really able to flex its full power in the current governmental scenario. My method includes looking back into the archival records, speeches, media coverage, and contemporary reports that support the thought. And my analytical frame has the historical comparative basis, and I'm also looking into the narrative analysis of us versus them rhetoric, or the rhetoric of binary separation or seclusion. The first point I wanted to make in my paper was how the 1975 critics and activists were labeled as extremists or threats to national order. Um, we are quite aware that the farmers' protest that happened in 2021 and 20 and 21 was labeled as a political motive to allow the government to seclude a space for a particular religious group called Khalistan. And the government tried to delegitimize the whole thing, and they did so by accelerating the social media campaigns and allowing the people to talk about it derogatively. What also happened was certain people who were the political leaders of this particular protest were arrested under UAPA. UAPA is a constitutional law that has been issued by the current government that assures that a particular person can be arrested for 180 days uh, without prior conviction. There is no trial, nothing. They can be directly arrested for 6 months. And 6 months is a long time to shut down a person, or at least shut down the motives of a person. Several protesters were detained, internet was shut down, and certain protest sites were completely blacked out. People were left without food, water, other necessary means. People who wanted to let allow those people survive were not allowed to enter. There was a whole uh, barricade established so that the people who were protesting could starve to death. However, it was a short lived movement and it was eventually suppressed. The laws that caused this protest to occur were eventually lifted, and the government then allowed the farmers to trade in open markets just like they wanted. The second issue was the civil liberties and surveillance idea that has been slowly crawling into our cultural, political, legal system. We definitely know that we have been subject to facial recognition, Aadhaar registrations, and one of the most horrendous things that came in 2021 was the Pegasus spyware. The Pegasus was a software that was primarily issued by the government to allow us to let secure our identities online. However, it was disclosed after 6 months of the issue of Pegasus that Pegasus was basically uh, intruding in our privacy way more than Google does. And of course, it led to radical rebellion, and certain political leaders opposed it. Slowly and gradually, it became something that would really be opposed by each and everyone. Supreme Court issued a body, committee or advisory, that really acted against Pegasus, and they tried to inspect at least what the whole thing of Pegasus was, in which the government did not really cooperate much. So the whole inquiry was shut down. Next point that I want to make is there was a blanket of censorship, expulsion of foreign correspondence and blank pages in print. Media was always not really allowed to spread its wings fully. In 1975, of course, certain people who spoke in the favor of the emergency only were allowed to speak much. This has been quite an issue, not just since the current government. This issue has been lying in India since 2000s. But different governments take it differently. Current scenario is that there are certain raids and intimidations of certain media outlets, select media outlets such as NDTV, The Wire, NewsClick, and BBC. There were income tax raids, there were online cyber raids, and all sorts of things There were also certain restrictions issued on certain media houses under the IT rules of 2021. Of course, you can observe that the new IT rules were amended in 2021 with special
Vikas, I'd
restrictions.
request you to wind up in 2 more minutes,
Sure, sir.
if it is
Use
possible.
of
Thank you.
UAPA, definitely, sir. Use of UAPA sedition laws is also something that, as I've already talked about, one typical example for this is the Bhima Koregaon arrest. From 2018 to today, there were certain really old people who were protesting against the government's methods and means, and most of them died in the prison. Legal and judicial pressures are also something that has been prevailing in India. The visa that was issued in the Suryavanshi case in 1976 has been echoed in the current scenario where we see the opposition of alleges being silenced in parliament, suspensions of MPs, reduced debates, arrest of Manish Sisodia, Hemant Soren, or Kejriwal in 2024 have been, of course, seen as political vendettas. Another thing is the Article 370's revocation in Kashmir. A lot of people have seen this happening here. The kind of discrimination that we have seen around and in Kashmir is very, very significant. Minute echo of this is something that we see in West Bengal recently, because the people who do not really have the ancestors' documents are being sent back to Bangladesh, regardless of the fact that if they were the citizens of India before independence or not. Anyway, so these are my references. Thank you for being so patient. If this seems like a very radical or politically opposing paper, I'm really sorry for it. I do not really mean to oppose a specific government. I just want to let know the current scenario. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. We do highlight your disclaimer over here for all the right reasons, or should I say all the wrong reasons. Thank you for engaging with raw politics, if I may say that. I mean, we literature professors are so expected to stay in our ivory towers and do not engage and embroil ourselves with this bloody, messy affairs of politics. Thank you for getting our hands dirty for once. I mean, it's so essential that we do the same. If we do not do that, I'm not too sure, like 50 years hence, when perhaps another session like this would be talking about these times and 50 years of these times, we would be the ones to blame. We'd be the ones to take the blame of perpetuating this. Thank you for being that voice, however shaky, however, non-confident. We still must speak. I'm just reminded of one particular article that I've recently read. You have mentioned Ramachandra Guha, and this is Guha's article in Scroll like a week back. It also got published in the Telegraph, where he says, he recounts his very cocooned St. Stephen's days when the emergency was declared. And there he recounts the famous Port of Spain victory, India chasing down 403, Gundappa Vishwanath and Sunil Gavaskar, playing those innings of lifetime. And of course, the entire nation, quite rightly, they celebrated the victory. And when the winning run was taken, and this is Rama Guha, once again, with the proper disclaimer, it's not me, Ramchandra Guha, he says that the AIR commentator says that once the winning runs are scored, ये इंदिरा गांधी का देश है, ये 20 सूत्र कार्यक्रम की देश है, of course, referring to the 20-point program. And this seems so eerily familiar. For reasons best known to us, as you said, that I believe the audience is intelligent enough to note the similarities. So are we actually observing the 50 years of emergency in all the wrong possible way? This is something that we need to, observe, ponder upon, and cogitate. Perhaps the three words that the current dispensation is so afraid of. Thank you. Thanks a lot for that wonderful presentation of yours. Would love to talk about it. Perhaps I'll get your email sometime and we can engage and collaborate on certain issues, maybe. Thanks a lot. So this brings us to, thanks a lot. So this brings us to the end of this session, day 2, session 3 of the presentation and of the 2-day international seminar of othering and violence, representation through literature, culture, media. All I can say is that all the presentations, they have enriched me. I feel so thrilled and so safe at the same time that all is not lost, because whenever we flip through the newspapers, forget about the TV news channels, I mean, it fills all of us, I guess, with certain despondency, that perhaps we are not recognizing where the rot is. We are perhaps so taken in and swept by the seduction of violence that we are no longer interested in analyzing the episteme of it. But we are so happy that we have been proven wrong. May this continue. May we, as I just mentioned, ponder and cogitate. Thanks a lot. I hope to, meet you all in the plenary sessions that are coming up. And I promise that they are also going to be very engaging, very enriching. Thanks a lot once again for your active participations, and congratulations once again for those wonderful, wonderful papers. We break for half an hour. At 12, I guess, we have our plenary speakers lined up. Thanks a lot once again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hmm.
Good afternoon once again for the second day of our international seminar on othering and violence, representations through culture, literature, and media. So we have a very special person today as our speaker, Dr. Chandani Biswas, who is joining us from Kolkata. She is an associate professor in the Department of English, associate professor in the Department of English of St. Xavier's College, Autonomous. And it seems that, this session is almost like a reunion for all of us, because I have passed out of this college, Debulina Dash. She is from St. Xavier's College, and our partner college, Puras Kanpur, the head of the department over there, Dr. Sharuna Sen. I guess he will soon become Dr. Sharuna Sen, if he has not already, and if I've not made a mistake. He is also from St. Xavier's. So I think we will have a lot of chit-chatting going on after this session is over, and we will, give a lot of questions to ma'am, and we will interact, because it's almost, she has been one of our favorite professors, isn't it? And I will tell you why. But before that, I would request Professor Dhananjoy Shet to formally introduce ma'am. Dhananjoy, please.
Thank you, Nilanjanda. Thank you very much. Am I audible also?
You're audible and visible. Please carry on.
Right. So thank you, Nilanjanda, for giving me this opportunity to introduce our plenary speaker, Dr. Chandani Biswas. Madam has been with us in our earlier seminar as well, and our present seminar on othering and violence, will be incomplete without Dr. Biswas's thought-provoking deliberations on the African American perspective. Dr. Chandani Biswas is associate professor in the Department of English at St. Xavier's College. After graduation from St. Xavier's College with honors in English, she completed her master's and MPhil program from JNU, New Delhi. Professor Biswas did her PhD from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, on a comparative study of the concept of otherhood in the writings of two Black women writers in the African American, Toni Morrison and Buchi Emecheta. Her primary interest areas are women's writings, specifically African writers in English, romantic poetry and fiction, modern fiction, post-colonial literature, and translation studies. Her book on women and war, a study on the novels of Emecheta, Ekwensi, and Amadi, is a part of the reference section in JNU University and many other universities in India. Professor Biswas has been guest lecturer in the University of Calcutta and visits JNU annually to deliver lectures on post-colonial literature. She has also taught Central Asian diplomats in a Ministry of External Affairs education project and conducted TOEFL examination as a proctor. She has also acted as a resource person on Jane Austen and post-colonial literature in reputed educational institutions. So, madam, we are very grateful that you are here with us, and we're looking forward to listening to your deliberations.
Yes. Thank you, Dhananjoy. But before ma'am starts her deliberation, I would like to share something on a very personal note, actually. And, everyone should know this. Babu, you should also know this. Yeah. Sorry. You see, ma'am, this is the problem. My brother is sitting right beside me, and I always addresses him as Babu or Bhai, even in this official platform. Anyways, let me share this with you all. So after this part one, we belong to that age-old system of part 1 and 2, right? I mean, I don't know, it deserves to get into the museum now, So, after that part 1 result, which somehow went pretty well, and I was one of those, rankers, whatever. It doesn't matter now at all. But, so, it was right in the late evening, that was the norm with Calcutta University, the results came out at 7 p.m. And, so Professor Bertrand De Silva came down from the stairs, and everybody was congratulating us, congratulating me. And I was ready to go to the, Sharunada, you would know this, Debulina might not. The fun things that used to happen at the back gate of St. Xavier's. Right, Babu, you know this, what I'm talking about, right? Sharon, I see that smile in Sharunada, the back gates of St. Xavier's, I mean, ma'am never knew about it, when we were in the class, and what I and Orijit used to do. in those back gates of St. Xavier's, Professor Da Silva knew right away. Anyways, so, but then, but on a very serious note, she called me, Professor Dr. Biswas called me, and she said, okay, so you have done very well. Great, great, great. But then she said something that we all need to learn now. She said, don't be proud. Don't be proud. Just take this, whatever marks that you have got, 10 years down the line, this won't even matter. But the main point is don't be proud, because it's a signal from God, it's a signal from Srima that this is the path to your enlightenment. It's not a path to your ego, it's not a path to your pride, but it's a path to your enlightenment. I hope that I've been able to sort of exercise those words of ma'am till today. So, ma'am, with those words, I would request you to please start your deliberation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of the International Conference on Othering and Violence, Representation through Literature, Culture, and Media, conducted by the Department of English, Panchla Mahavidyalaya. At the very onset, I would like to thank a few persons whose contributions to the making of the conference must be recognized with gratitude. I express my gratitude to Dr. Urpita Mondal Nandi, Principal, Panchla Mahavidyalaya, Ms. Debulina Das, Head of the Department of English, Panchla Mahavidyalaya, and Mr. Falguni Noshkar for inviting me to this conference. I would like to specially thank Dr. Nilanjan Chakraborty, Faculty, Department of English, Panchla Mahavidyalaya, for remembering me on this occasion. I'm proud to have him as my student at St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. I remember him not only for his brilliance, for his academic insight, for his scholarship, but also for his goodness as a human being. Though he was always a consistent topper at St. Xavier's College, which definitely means a lot of thing at that time, and even today, I often cite his example to the newcomers, though he's now of the teaching rank and teaching position, that he is so humble in whatever he does. His humility, his goodness, together with his academic brilliance, really makes him what he is. And we love you very much, Nilanjan. I'm very proud of you. Sharonno, I'm very proud of you too as my student. And you are also marked by your distinctive critical acumen, by your academic brilliance, and at the same time by your goodness. And thank you so very much. And, for making this happen, because this is something, this seems to be like a Zavarian meet also. And thank you, Debulina. You are much younger to me, but you have always been very kind. And Falguni, thank you so much. And of course, Orpita ma'am. Okay, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. You're audible and visible, yeah.
Oh. So, the title of my paper is Mightier Than Machete, the representation of violence in Toni Morrison's The Bluest Sky, Beloved, and Sula. Now, I would like to begin with a little bit of a theorization of the concept of violence, then try to relate violence to the specifically, because it's Morrison, racial violence, community violence, individual violence, as reflected in the stated narratives. Okay, and I hope that I won't bore you. Okay, so to start with, violence in literature refers to the recurrent use of violence as a storytelling motif in classic and contemporary literature. Depending on the nature of the narrative, violence can be represented either through graphic descriptions, psychological, and emotional suffering. Violence is depicted for diverse reasons in literature: to symbolize a societal, psychological, or philosophical phenomena, as conflict is an essential element of narration that creates the tension necessary to advance the sequence of actions. Unresolved conflicts, regardless of the type, can result in violence. Fiction maintains the depictions of violence as necessary for narrative progression. Violence is a tool, a means, a tool, a means of expression, a tool 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 of ex
Ma'am, your voice is actually stuck. Um, I think you need to maybe
I think there's some network issue from
which is
ma'am.
termed
yeah. Yeah. Now you're audible,
okay.
ma'am. So just go back maybe 2 or 3 lines. Yeah, and start from there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'll just put my mic closer to. So is it fine now? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So in a variety of dystopian works, the humans are portrayed as aggressors, and this phenomenon is termed ecocide, as we all know. Defined as mass destruction of the environment through intentional or neglectful behavior, ecocide by immoderate resource exploitation as well as human, caused climate change and life extinction is displayed not as a background event but the root cause of apocalyptic scenarios in modern speculative novels such as Octavia Butler's science fiction novel Parable of the Sower. From a psychodynamic perspective, aggression is a natural human instinct, as is the desire for pleasure. According to Freud, violence happens as an expression of the id and superego. And what we find is the understanding of internal conflict is commonly used in storytelling for character building. To come to the idea of racial violence, it broadly encompasses acts of aggression, intimidation, and harm motivated by prejudice based on a person's race or ethnicity. It can manifest in various forms from physical assaults and hate crimes to systemic discrimination and microaggressions. Racial hatred is intricately connected with the concept of otherhood. Now, in the second segment of my lecture, I would like to talk about otherhood, which we know is unarguably linked with the question of difference that plays a crucial role in the construction of social and political identities. The other, as understood in theoretical terms, is an essentialist Eurocentric formulation that is utilized to highlight the deficiencies that are conceptually located in the Black racial entity. In fact, in the relational equation between the white and the Black races, the Black is almost always positioned as the other to the central Eurocentric notion of self. Difference as a concept primarily refers to racial inequalities that result in relationships of subordination and domination. Very often in race relations, particularly in delineating the oppositions between the white and black races, there has been a tendency to construe the other as negative. The linking together of the four ideas, black, other, sinner, dangerous, runs through all manifestations of medieval Christian thought. Such conceptual notions about blackness can be traced to diverse socio-historical, economic, and political processes of exploitation, segregation, and marginalization in the history of white civilization. The development of racism is related in a pronounced manner to the historical experience of slavery, colonialism, and other institutions of white supremacy. The American blacks can be seen as the offshoots of an oppressive slave trade and forced settlements. Undoubtedly, the enslavement of innumerable people of African origin and their transportation to the Americas constitutes one of the most crucial historical roots of racism in the United States. The transportation of slaves from West Africa to the Americas came to be known as the infamous Middle Passage. Life was harsh, even hellish for the plantation slaves in the American South, and their agony began with the Middle Passage. In the early days, the voyage across the stormy Atlantic took over 6 months, and the human cargo of hundreds of captives packed tightly together in the holds, shackled and abused, was a horrifying experience. The death rate aboard the slaves was high due to malnutrition, disease, and suicides, while the rebellious captives were killed. The massacre of over 100 Africans on the British slaver Zong in 1781 and the brutal suppression of an African revolt aboard the Spanish slaver La Amistad in 1839, from which Spielberg made his film Amistad, you are all aware, greatly spurred the cause of the abolitionists who wished to eradicate slavery. Now, in the broader context of racism in USA, mass racial violence consisted of ethnic conflicts and race riots. Radically based targeted attacks against African Americans by white Americans took place before the American Civil War, often in relation to the to attempted slave revolts, and racially based attacks against African Americans by white Americans took place after the war also, in relation to tensions which existed during the Reconstruction and later efforts to suppress black suffrage and institute Jim Crow laws. In the early 20th century, African American culture underwent a series of radical transformations that freed black writers from the reactive postures of the segregation era and encouraged innovative articulations of modernist African and diasporic traditions. Sparked by the great migration from the rural south to the industrial north, impressive flowerings of cultural activity took place in Harlem and Chicago, attracting writers from throughout the continent with the promise of larger inter and intra-racial audiences. The artists of the age investigated in a plurality of ways the possibilities of Marxism, modernist aesthetics, and woman centered cultural activity that gave rise to a conscious tradition of African American feminism. The most influential text of the early 20th century, and we just cannot gloss over this part, is W.B. Du Bois' The Souls of Black Folk, defined which defined the crucial issues that have elicited serious intellectual and artistic responses. Identifying the central concern of the new century as the problem of the color line, Du Bois defined the phenomenon of double consciousness, the awareness enforced by oppressive institutions and stereotypes of one's self. And I would like to quote a particular section, a very, very touching pronouncement made by Du Bois in his essay, The Strivings of the Negro People, and after that, The Souls of the Black Folk, where he argued that the black could never see himself as himself. He saw himself through the eyes of the white man. And I quote, after the Egyptian and Indian, the Greek and Roman, the Teuton and the Mongolian, the Negro is a sort of seventh son, born with a veil and gifted with second sight in this American world, a world which yields him no true self consciousness, but only lets him see himself through the revelation of the other world. It is a peculiar sensation, this double consciousness, the sense of always looking at one's self through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity. One even feels his two-ness, an American, a Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings. The history of the American Negro is a history of this strife, this longing to attain self conscious manhood, to merge his double self into a better and truer self. He would not Africanize American, for America has too much to teach to the world, and Africa, he would not bleach his Negro soul in a flood of white Americanism, for he knows that Negro blood has a message for the world. He simply wishes to make it possible for a man to be both a Negro and an American without being cursed and spit upon by his fellows, without having the doors of opportunity closed roughly in their face, unquote. So Du Bois proposed to resolve the problem through the encouragement of a distinctive African genius reflected in the rich verbal and oral tradition manifested in songs, stories, verbal games, sermons, all of which provided proof of great articulateness among African Americans. And traditional African American culture can be divided into the categories of customary or behavioral folklore, material folklore, oral folklore. I'm not going into the details of that, but I'm coming specifically to Morrison, but before that, you all know the Harlem Renaissance. It was only in the Harlem Renaissance or the New Negro movement that poets, dramatists, writers of fiction, painters, musicians, intellectuals assembled to create an environment of cultural exchange. Alan Locke, in his essay The New Negro, sought to direct the spirit of unrest in the black communities towards creation and display of talented art, which would become the black ticket into white America. Locke inspired the blacks to produce the uncompromising art essential to uh, the reconstruction of African American identity. Sterling Allen Brown enumerated some themes for the artists of Harlem Renaissance. For example, Africa as a source of racial pride, Black American heroes, racial political propaganda, Black folk tradition, and candid self revelation. Now, though the black male artists were making their foray into the domain of fiction and poetry and drama and various other arts, the marginalization of the women was remarkable. As you are all aware, Bell Hooks, the famous in the domain of feminist criticism, observes that no other group in America has so had their identity socialized out of existence as have black women. We are rarely recognized as a group separate and distinct from black men or as present part of the large group women in this culture. When black people are talked about, sexism militates against the acknowledgement of the interests of black women. When women are talked about, racism militates against a recognition of black female interests. When black people are talked about, the focus tends to be on the black man. And when women are talked about, the focus tends to be on white woman. Nowhere is it more evident than on the vast body of feminist literature. But of course, we do know that with the upsurge of feminist writers or new writers coming up, we have had very eminent right practitioners such as Zora Neale Hurston. Okay, their eyes were watching God, and many other things. Anne Petrie's The Street, Paul Marshall's Praise Song for the Widow, Gwendolyn Brooks, Maud Martha, Alice Walker's Meridian, and The Color Purple. You have June Jordan, Sonia Sanchez, Lucille Clifton, Maya Angelou. Maya Angelou's poem Phenomenal Woman celebrates black women's unique strength. Gloria Naylor, Toni Kate Bambara, and certainly Toni Morrison. Now, Morrison's novels have attracted both popular and critical attention for their inventive blend of realism and fantasy, unsparing social analysis. The combination of social observation with broadening and allusive commentary gives her fictions a symbolic dimension. All of Morrison's characters exist in a world defined by its blackness and by the surrounding white society that both violates and denies it. She rarely depicts white characters, for the brutality here is less a single act than the systematic denial of the reality of black lives. Instead of portraying the black person as invisible in white life, she immerses her readers in the concrete, vivid, vibrant world of the black community. The black subculture, now I come to the first novel, that is The Bluest Eye. You find in the novel that the black subculture is represented through the deficiencies of the black American family, which is positioned as the other to reinforce the stereotype of the empowered white family. So, as opposed to Claudia's house, which is old, cold, and green, at night a kerosene lamp lights one large room, the others are braced in darkness. The White House is green and white. It has a red door. It is very pretty. In Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye, violence is a pervasive and central theme, manifesting in various forms, including physical, sexual, psychological violence, all deeply intertwined with racism and sexism. The Breedlove family's sense of utter hopelessness and helplessness is externalized in their appearance. Both literal and spiritual poverty manifest themselves in ugliness in a world in which beauty is equated with success, poverty with ugliness. To some extent, this problem is an inseparable ongoing process. It's an ontological experience. Morrison makes it clear that this ontological problem is vastly complicated in the context of a society based on coercive power relations. It is this power running through all capillaries of social structure that renders Choli breed love and Pauline breed love so helpless and powerless. The power hierarchy rests so heavily on the hearts of the young recipients of oppression that the entire process and structure of oppression are taken as natural. Power relations can have a similar effect on community as a whole. The look of the white society, supported by all kinds of material domination, freezes the black individual and also classifies all blacks alike, freezing the group. They become a no object before the gaze of the third. Pecola, as the representative of the marginalized oppression, is completely denied access to any apparatus of power in society. Right. Now, Michel Foucault, as you all know in Power and Knowledge, observes, and I quote, power must be analyzed as something which circulates, or rather as something which only functions in the form of a chain. It is never localized here or there, never in anybody's hands, never appropriated as a commodity or piece of wealth. Power is employed and exercised through a net like organization. And not only do individuals circulate through its threads, they are always in the position of simultaneously undergoing and exercising this power. They are not its inert or consenting target. They are always also the elements of its articulation. In other words, individuals are vehicles of power, not its points of application. Unquote. A prominent instance of psychological aggression is highlighted when, for the first time, the mother, Pauline Breedlove, gives birth to her child. She works in a white household as a governess, and she's used to see the white children so beautifully dressed and so prim and proper. And when her child is born, you look at her at the at an unrecognizable feeling of unjustified hatred. And I quote from the novel, she looks at her child for the first time. This should be a moment of joy, but she says, eyes all soft and wet, a cross between a puppy and a dying man. But I knew she was ugly. Her head full of pretty hair, but Lord, she was ugly. What's she doing? She's looking at her own self in the form of her daughter and pronouncing that she is ugly. Pecola's first perception is her mother's reflection of her ugliness. From the seed of that initial negation grows her subsequent fears. This sense of self negation is rooted in what Lewis Gordon calls absence. And we find that this absence is very pronounced because the mother is never available to the child. The mother is never there in the household to look after the child. Okay, she's always absent. So, um, as I want to quote from Lewis Gordon, he says, in an anti-black world, blackness signifies absence, the absence of identity in a full sense of a self, a perspective, or a standpoint with its own self-referential point of view. Claudia, on the other hand, Pecola's friend, is very conscious of the perversity of this position and its roots in racial society. As a thinking subject, she recognizes the diversion of feeling from herself and the world into white values, emphasized by repeated references because they were lovable to everyone but her. Claudia knew even as a child the force of alien cultural images are very, very repulsive. Her first reaction, now, Claudia, what does she do? This is also a very, disturbing episode. Now, children are all fond of dolls, especially the girl child is fond of the doll and plays with the doll. And the concept of the doll in white America in those days was the white doll with its locks of golden hair and its blue eyes, which is why it's related to the symbolic title of Morrison's novel. So Claudia is so annoyed with the idea of the white standards of beauty. What she does is she just destroys the doll in a destroys, takes it out, tears it into pieces in a very, very unusual manner because the doll signifies beauty. The doll is such a beautiful thing. What she does, why she does this, is Claudia's destruction of the doll is a complex response which requires us to understand how Western culture inspires hatred towards and among people of African descent, including destructive behaviors, violence, and an equally adverse disconnection from anything non Western. In removing various parts of the doll, Claudia dismantles the structure which constitutes and sustains it as an embodiment of white beauty, an emblem of white beauty. Claudia's obsession with discovering the source of superiority of white culture leads her initially to torture the white girls also, whom the dolls represent. But later, she recoils in horror from this disinterested violence. It's not that she wants to hurt the individual girls, she wants to hurt the concept of whiteness represented by the external beauty of those girls. Morrison makes an effective contrast between the ideal sanitized family of Dick and Jane, the family which Pauline looks after, and the Breedlove's quarrelsome and violent marriage. Mrs. Breedlove finds zest and passion in her formalized battles with her husband, while he projects onto her a sense of an innate inferiority arising from the way he has been treated by the whites. Whilst Claudia tries to dismember the white doll to discover the nature of white superiority, Pecola regularly stares into her mirror, trying to discover the secret of the ugliness that made her ignored or despised at school by teachers and classmates alike. The irony is that the secret is not going to be found within herself, but within the culture that defines her as ugly. The focus of the novel is on the nature of aggression expressed through a racialized concept of beauty, which Pecola sees in the eyes of the shopkeeper, Mr. Yakoboksi, the total absence of human recognition, the glazed separateness. Pecola disturbs Geraldine because she represents disorder. Hair uncombed, the hair uncombed, dresses falling apart, shoes untied, caked with dirt. Geraldine's final words to Pecola are, "Get out, you nasty little black bitch, get out of my house." Another disturbing figure of the outcast in the novel is Choli Bridlove, with his yellow eyes, flaring nostrils, reminiscent of Shadrach in Sula, the only black who could curse the white people and get away with it. Sun in Tabevi also represents wildness. He's described as someone who emerges plain out of wildness. Sikso in Beloved is yet another manifestation of this same outlaw wilderness. Characters like Choli are inevitably hunted down, separated from family and community, or even destroyed. Their function is almost that of the pariah, like Cain's banishment. Terry Orton observes that in all Morrison's novels, alienation from community or the village invariably leads to dire consequences. Unquote. Choli is an outdoor character. As Cynthia Davis points out, the characters who are outdoors are cut off from everything, profoundly frightening to the community, especially to a community dispossessed and peripheral. It responds by treating the free person as another kind of scapegoat, using that excess to define its own life. The outlaw Choli is already excluded by his ugliness and his poverty, having always been outdoors, been, outlawed, outraged, outrageous, out of control. He has raped his own daughter, who gives birth to his baby and goes mad at the end. Choli fails to protect also his beloved darling from the white hunters, his girlfriend. The desire to protect her was a desire to protect himself as her protector. Right. So all he can do to restore his selfhood is to deny hers further. Morrison effectively portrays the displacement of male humiliation onto the only person left that a black man can own, the black woman. The black woman, doubly other, is the perfect scapegoat. The violence that Morrison recreates in her novels is based on stark historical fact and reality. It is reminiscent of the trauma of the Jewish Holocaust. As Robert J. Lifton observes, and I quote, "The problem is an impairment in the general capacity to recreate viable forms, to bring imagination to bear upon the unpalatable, existential, historical truths, to expand the limits of that imagination, to overcome psychic numbing, and in Merton Buber's words, to imagine the real." Coming to the next novel for analysis, Sula. It stands out for the striking manner in which violence as a motive of rebellion is delineated. The first motive of violence is presented through the character of Shadrach, who resembles the figure of a trickster. The trickster figure, as you know, according to Henry Louis Gates Jr., is usually a male characterized by individuality, satire, parody, irony, magic, indeterminacy, open endedness, ambiguity, disruption and reconciliation, betrayal and loyalty. He is essential and immoral being who flouts the most sacred taboos with impunity. In Sula, Shadrach's outrageous behavior alienates all his fellows and he is left alone as an outcast from society. Such tricksters abound in folk tales. Some examples: the medieval French story of Reynard the Fox, or the African American story of Brer Rabbit. Patrick McMurphy of Ken Casey's One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So, the fluid model of the self that characterizes the trickster acknowledges the undifferentiated present within every individual, which directs us to the issue of unpredictability. Shadrach focuses the reader's attention on the reality of the war. Now, the war itself is very violent, right? A phenomenon of striking significance beyond the apparently peaceful ambience of Delhi. I hope I'm audible. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, you are
Maybe
audible.
sometimes there are little disturbances. So, war is associated not only with destruction but with inexplicable violence, leading to the loss of lives and identity. Shadrach analogizes a key theme in the novel because his fear of death and the First World War battlefield are inexplicable and unpredictable. He invents a national suicide day in order to contain and control his fear. If one day a year were devoted to death, everybody could get out of the fear of death and the rest of the year would be safe and free. This is his logic, which is absolutely a grand illusion. The narrative and character development is built on a string of unprecedented episodes. Sula is one of the novels where violence is rampant. You know, aggression is rampant, and that's not just because of white violence. In fact, there is no white violence in Sula. It's very interesting. Eva Peace, who is the matriarch in the Peace family, symbolizes the phallic mother who can destroy as well as create life. Her act of self harming, now during the war, when her husband left her, she was left alone with her children, 3 children. She sacrificed her leg at the railway track to procure insurance money in her lonely parental journey to support the family. So she can die and kill at the same time. Let us see how. When his younger son, a drug addict, returns from war to the mother's house, Eva watches his son die a daily death. Every day he can see himself doused in alcohol, in drugs. He's a good singer, he doesn't sing, he doesn't do anything meaningful. And Eva murders him and burns him alive in his bed. In fact, as Eva pours the kerosene over his son before she lights the match, Plum feels the sensation of an eagle pouring a wet lightness over him, some kind of baptism, some kind of blessing. The fire Eva lights is as paradoxical as her love. It purifies as it destroys. As Clement defines that she is in the figure of a sorceress, the devouring mother, who haunts our dreams. She's innocent, mad, but full of badly remembered memories, guilty of unknown wrongs. She's the seductress, the heiress of all generic Eves. Unquote. As Rubinstein has suggested in the boundaries of the essay Self, Gender, Culture, and Fiction, Morrison's novels are replete with images of incest, desired or enacted, like Plum's return to the mother's womb is associated with ideas of castration, death, revelation, but paradoxically also with enlightenment and transcendence. Sula inherits the protagonist of the novel inherits this rebellious aggressiveness from Eva, that is her grandmother, as she parodies an act of circumcision rite when both Nell and Sula, both are great friends, as you know. Nell and Sula are bullied by a group of white boys. Just imagine this. They come and go, they go to the school and they come back and they have some ice cream at the ice cream parlors every day. And while returning, the white boys, the minority whites, Irish whites, these adolescent boys always wait for them, not because it's a normal adolescent romantic infatuating activity, but because they are black. And They continuously disturb them. One day, this is what Sula does. Sula takes a knife and cuts off the tip of her own finger, confronting the white boys with this line, I quote, "If I can do that to myself, what you suppose I'll do to you?" Inverted commas closed. Immediately after the ice cream parlor episode is the ritualized sacrifice of the male child, Chicken Little. Chicken Little is a little boy growing in the community, and Sula and Nell were very friendly with him. But it happens, it's absolutely unimaginable. Um, Chicken Little is, they play around with Chicken Little, and Sula takes the baby and swings him around. And in the flicker of a minute, he slips and falls into the lake, and he dies. Sula and Nell, in spite of their efforts, cannot save them. As Morrison writes, the apocalypse is Chicken Little's zone. Sula swings him over the water and lets go. The woman assembled at Chicken Little's funeral becomes, all the dead sons over there. There are many others also who become sweet Jesus himself, who is both son and lover, in whose downy face they could feel the oldest and most devastating pain there is, not the pain of childhood, but the remembrance of it. In Desire and Language, Kristeva refers to the non Oedipal incest that opens the eyes of a subject who is nourished by the mother. Neither animal, nor God, nor man, he is Dionysus, born a second time for having had the mother. Unquote. The artist of a culture, says Kristeva, is one who seeks maternal jouissance. And I quote, Sula is also a non participant spectator. A choric, this is my observation, I always have read and reread Sula. I find that she is a choric observer and she's a non participant spectator of accidental deaths. She doesn't have the energy or the presence of mind to go and help them out. She's so baffled by the whole thing. As in the case of Chicken Little, Sula just watches her mother burn. It's an accident, not because she was paralyzed, but we do not know why. This is no less dispassionate than Eva's self mutilation. Like Eva, Sula has no center, no speck around to grow, no ego. For that reason, she felt no compulsion to verify herself or be consistent with herself. According to Cynthia Davis, it is Sula's rejection of her mother and ultimately of Eva as well, which is that factor determining her lack of center or the splitting of the self, a denial of togetherness. Sula represents a supernatural force in the eyes of the community because everyone thinks she's devil. The plague of robins that accompanies Sula's return to her hometown after 10 years in 1937 is inexplicable and supernatural. It bears resemblance to the sudden January thaw that follows her death and leads to the death of others in the community who, in a mood of mass hysteria, enter the abandoned tunnel, itself a historical artifact and testament to the inevitable failure of the white man's promises, where they were drowned, crushed, and entombed. Nature itself, in Morrison's words, can manifest evil, an evil deliberate as that of history, construed to punish and chastise. Morrison observed that she wrote about good and evil, but not in Western terms, that the ways in which a black community responds to evil differs from the ways in which another community would respond, as she says in an interview with Claudia Tate. They thought evil had a natural place in the universe. They did not wish to eradicate it. They just wished to protect themselves from it, maybe even to manipulate it. They refer to the black people. But they never wanted to kill it. They thought evil was just another aspect of life. The ways black people dealt with evil accounted, in my mind, for how they responded to a lot of other things. Evil is not an alien force, it's just a different force. That's the evil I was describing in Sula, Morrison says. A silent yet threatening symbol used in the narrative is Sula's birthmark, a birthmark. Her mark is in fact a stemmed rose, a tadpole or a snake or an ash, whatever, from her mother's burning body, all representing diverse aspects of Sula's ambiguity. Deborah E. McDowell writes that Sula's birthmark acts as a metaphor for her figurative selves, multiple identities. The marks are hieroglyphs, clue to a culture and a history, more than individual personality. Whether the mark is Pauline Breedlove's crippled foot in The Bluest Eye, Eva's missing leg in Sula, Pilate's navel-less stomach in Song of Solomon, Sun's locks, wild locks in Tar Baby, or the crossed circle branded beneath the breast of Seth's mother, or even the chokeberry tree scars in Seth's own back in Beloved. These represent membership rather than separation. If these marks distinguish a racial identity for the most chosen, are inflicted by the condition of blackness itself, by the poverty that has historically accompanied blackness, or by the institution of slavery which marked its victims literally, figuratively, physically, and psychologically. Whether this is the mark of Cain or the bloodstain of a Passover, a curse or an anointment, it denotes a sisterhood, which in itself is a political statement, both subversive and confrontational. The only person in Medallion who recognizes Sula is Shadrach, the holy fool to Sula's witch, an incarnation of the river god of African lore. He recognizes in Sula a life principle, and her female essence contracts or at least balances his experience of war. You find that he leads the people away from their sad lives, like the Pied Piper leading away the children of the Hamlin for a bad debt. Shadrach leads great many members of the community to their deaths in the abandoned tunnel, thus not only ordering death itself, but also ridding the town of its rats, its unconscious guilt, and thus purifying it, just as Sula has done. Sula's quiet act of violence is reflected in the rejection of her grandmother's advice to make a family, finally putting her grandmother away in an old age home that is against the Afrocentric values. They always believing in having the family together, looking after the aged. These are values of Afrocentrism, like uh, you know, like the evolving Indian value system. In her latent desire for aggression, she sort of revolts against the normative order of her community. She remains an outsider, and I would like to end this part by quoting Morrison describing Sula as essentially black, metaphysically black. She is the new world black, new world woman, extracting choice for choicelessness, improvisational, daring, disruptive, out of the house, outlawed, unpolished, uncontained, and uncontainable. Okay, Sula resembles a Jungian shadow that is not explained to anybody. The fourth face of the Holy Trinity, without which Father, Son, and Holy Ghost are incomplete. An unidentifiable pariah, and which Sula purifies the community and makes it whole, encloses the medallion that inspires the community's very name. And I close with a quotation from Sula. Once the source of their personal misfortune was identified, they had leave to protect and love one another. They began to cherish their husbands and wives, protect their children, repair their homes, and in general, band together against the devil in their midst. Quotation closed. Morrison's Beloved, which is the last novel, historicizes. I hope I have a little more time.
Yes, ma'am, you have 10 odd minutes, and then we can move into the Q&A
Yeah,
session.
yeah. So Morrison's Beloved historicizes the concept of motherhood against the backdrop of the experience of slavery in the African American sociocultural context. In this regard, I would like to show how the material constraints of motherhood quite inevitably differs from the romantic idealization of motherhood. The experience of enslavement is most devastating and replete with contradictions in every sense of the term. The Act of 1662 illustrates that all offsprings would inherit their slave mother's rank, turning enslaved women into valuable assets in the act of slavery. Furthermore, slave marriages had no legal standing, and slave couples had no legal rights to their children. Morrison delineates the physically tricky, emotionally trying, and materially oppressive circumstances of motherhood in her magical realist novel, Beloved. The novel is set against the backdrop of a pre capitalist black community where the only form of interaction between the African Americans and the black plantation owners is commodity and exchange. The exchange during involves the marketing of human beings during a historical period that is essentially pre industrial. Marianne Hirsch points out that the economy of slavery circumscribes not only the process of individualism and subject formulation, but also heightens and intensifies the experience of motherhood, of connection and separation. It raises questions about what it means to have a self away. It raises questions about what family means if mothers cannot own their children or themselves, they experience separation and loss all the more intensely. The story of motherhood that develops around the life of Seth, who is the central character also in the novel, is besides beloved, is based on the historical incident within a specific context that Morrison refers to in her interview with Gloria Naylor in Southern Reviews. I do remember being obsessed by two or three little fragments of stories that I heard from different places. One was a newspaper clipping about a woman named Margaret Garner, in 1851. She lived in a little neighborhood just outside Cincinnati and she had killed her children. She succeeded in killing one. She tried to kill the others. She said, I will not let these children live how I have lived. Unquote. White Christian abolitionist P.S. Busnett records his visit to the black slave mother in his Black Book, which was a cultural history of black oppression and survival. He brings to the fore how bewildered he was to witness the agony depicted in the countenance of the mother who has killed her child. Now, in the present narrative, Margaret Garner arrives in the skin of Seth Suggs, the slave mother who gets perpetually exposed to the oppressive mechanisms of economic exploitation. Patricia Hill Collins remarks that motherhood and racism are symbolically intertwined, and controlling the sexuality and fertility of both the African American and white woman was essential in reproducing notions of race as social and cultural entity. Even before Seth gets an opportunity to transmit life giving values to her children born in slavery, she comes to a bitter realization of her marginalized status as a slave woman despite her marriage to Hal. Hal Suggs doesn't have an opportunity to rear his children because he has to leave. This is a very common phenomena of black males leaving the children to be raised by the black mothers. This is because the racist critique is that slavery vitiated the family life, since many slave owners neither fostered Christian marriage among their slave couples nor hesitated to separate them on the auction block. The slave household often developed a fatherless, matrifocal, mother-centered block, and we find that Negro females were accustomed to playing the dominant role in the family and marriage relations, and the role persisted. Seth realizes that she has to sell off her children to distant plantations. Now, this fear is beautifully and brilliantly portrayed in a play called Rachel, where the mother says, everywhere throughout the South, there are hundreds of dark mothers who live in fear, terrible, suffocating fear, whose rest by night is broken and whose joy by day, in their babies, in their hearts. Pain. Why? It would be more merciful to strangle the little things at birth. So the idea was suggested before only in a play called Rachel. And so this nation, the white Christian nation, has deliberately sets its curse upon the most beautiful, the most holy thing in life, that is motherhood. Seth has to suffer various instances of physical violation in a hostile environment. For example, she talks about a mammary rape when she's carrying the child and she's also having another child to feed. She talks about a traumatized experience when she was trying to go fast to get her child the milk to the baby girl. She writes, those boys came in there and took my milk. That's what they came in there for. Held me down and took it. Stealing her milk is not merely physical violence, but also an unpardonable violation. The physical escape from plantation for Seth symbolizes archetypal journeys of courage. Seth may be an allusion to Lethe, which is the river of forgetfulness in classical mythology. And she cannot forget her past as her present is intrinsically rooted in her past. Her traumatic life story reveals that worst brutality she has gone through is less a single act than the denial of the reality of their lives within the white space, even now. When Seth killed her infant daughter, she wanted to save her from the drudgery of slavery. She wanted to kill a part of herself, her own flesh and blood, to exclude it from the cycle of destruction, triggered by the human dynamics of racial oppression, which she considered worse than death. By killing her 2-year-old daughter, She looked at her in a state of non being in an essentially anti Black world. During the state of infanticide, Seth works against the available references of motherhood and violence while reconstructing new ones. Here, the emotional.
Ma'am, I'll just, I'll just, very sorry for this, but I think we are having a technical problem with the YouTube live. Just pause for a moment. Let me just get the cue from IFEST. Just pause for a moment.
I think we can start. NC, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Yeah, Debolina, just check the YouTube live. I think we are, I mean, it's still showing black on my screen. Just check the YouTube live.
The YouTube live is working, NC. We can go right ahead.
Okay, it is working, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, just go back maybe 2, 3 lines and then continue.
Yes. Yes, I just have about 7 to 10 minutes only. Okay. So, you see, by killing her 2-year-old daughter, Seth is locked in a state of non being. And during this state of infanticide, Seth works against the available references of motherhood and violence while reconstructing new ones. Here, the emotional, psychological, and physical violence, which she is subject to, works as a repository to formulate a new parameter that entails nothing less than filicide, a paradoxical means of self preservation and self destruction. Is she then trying to fight trauma with another kind of trauma, protecting her daughter by annihilating herself? Alternatively, is she redefining the matrix of power and powerlessness by assuming the authorship of the child's destiny? Now, there are numerous questions that come to our mind. Um, and the question is, the past that she was trying to erase comes back in the form of Beloved. Beloved reappears first as a ghost that takes over her home and drives Seth's two sons away, and then as a corporeal manifestation in flesh and blood, a young girl who appears to have access to her terrible history. The text, therefore, masterfully interlinks memory, pain, and rememory by bringing back the dead to life. Denver, who is Seth's only living daughter, is at ease with the infant's ghost as much as she is with the reincarnation. Even Seth seems to have come to terms with the ghost, not considering her malevolent. However, Beloved's reappearance forces her to take cognizance of the unfinished business she had left behind. The ghost is a paradoxical referent to the presence or absence of her enslaved past and her permanently fragmented present. In conversation with Denver, she poignantly foregrounds the temporal and spatial strands of a seemingly lost past. Seth and Morrison believe in the creation of certain intersections of memory and rememory as it contrives a complex, at times evasive, network of remembering. The efforts to forget them are only short lived self deceptions. The memories exist as a collective entity. Now, uh, throughout for Seth, the baby ghost reminds her of the blood on her hands. It is, however, not just her baby daughter's murder that she's reminded of. Her torments, the torments are also reminiscent of the physical violations that she underwent as a person in the plantation, in Sweet Home. The horrors of being subjected to inhuman violence at the hands of school teacher who was the owner of the farm. Now, in Beloved, therefore, trauma has an immediate and long lasting ramification. As I told you, the dead child returns to share her disappointment with her mother's act of love. Killing the child was giving her freedom from a life of absolute violence and torture, but again, forcing her to reconsider the debilitating outcome because the child had a right to live. The child had a right to live and face racial torture in her own terms, which was suddenly cut short by her mother's, torture, by her mother's, not torture, mother's infliction of the violence on her. So, what we find is here we find a subaltern killing the child. Here we come to the question of whether the subaltern can kill, and we are reminded of Gayatri Spivak's reference to Bhuvaneshwari Bhaduri in her celebrated essay Can the Subaltern Speak? There we find that she describes her as a victim of self-inflicted violence, and the enunciation of victimhood can be read as a circumvented expression of agency. Bhaduri wanted to wrest her destiny from the hands of those whom she assumed would have the final say on her life, hence her deliberate self-mutilation and as an act of protest. However, the onlookers misappropriated this act, nullifying its desired assertion of agency. Seth, an aberration, is jailed and excommunicated. She is not adjudicated as a mother, desperate to save her daughter from the horrific travails of society. She painstakingly took her children to a harmless and insulated world where no one could hurt them anymore. The precious, delicate, and beautiful extensions of her own body would remain permanently ensconced in a distant and safe space where no one could hurt them. And therefore, at the end, we find that the act of violence itself becomes an act of transcendence also. Franz Fanon, in The Wretched of the Earth, looks at the redemptory benefits of violence. enacted by the colonized as a simultaneous rejection of colonialism and affirmation of the possibilities of post colonial life because it is purposeful and goal oriented. For Fanon, the colonizer's violence results in a range of mental disorders in the colonized, apart from the physical disfigurements. Fanon argued that the rule of the colonizer could be overthrown by the colonized through anti colonial violence. It could be done, in order to reinstate the colonized people's lost self-respect, courage, and oppression, their sense of self-worth. What happens when the oppressed channel their violence against their own people? This very violence targets one of the family members, the black woman's own children. Is this violence misplaced and might be a return as the voice of the repressed? Seth's attempt to attack a white man, mistaking him for school teacher to protect her best thing, is self-validating. Seth, nevertheless, cannot escape the final ramifications of violence she directs at her own infant child. Following the model of Fanon, we can say that this violence is far from redemptive because it misses its legitimate target, the colonizer per se. Nevertheless, it does take on the elements of resilience and rebellion as it determines the final word on her daughter's life and death. Beloved simultaneously critiques exclusive mother love as it asserts the necessity for black women to claim something as theirs. Similarly, Seth must kill her own daughter to claim that daughter as her own over and above the master slave. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, so much for that wonderful lecture. I mean, as always, we are mesmerized by your very close textual readings. So I will straight away go into the Q&A because we have to get in Kevin after this and Kevin unfortunately is not too well, so we can't keep him waiting. Sharnoda, Devulina, you can sort of frame your questions. Falguni, if you have any questions, you can post to ma'am. I was just thinking about in this whole idea of temporality and trauma in the texts of Toni Morrison. The reason why I'm thinking it is because of the fact that Homi Bhabha says that trauma is a kind of a remediation with the past. It's not simply going back to the past, but it's a constant remediation, isn't it? We are constantly negotiating with the trauma through a very diurnal concept of time. So it's not a very chronic, it's not a let's say a very what should I say, a very linear idea of time at all, but time coming back through trauma. So when we are thinking, so when beloved perhaps thinks back at that moment when she had killed her baby,
Absolutely.
and and that moment that when she says that she will not live like I had. I think she's constantly remediating her trauma, and that trauma gets a very corporeal ideation in the novel. So I think I was wondering if you can comment on that maybe.
Yes, it's a brilliant observation, Nilanjan. Thank you for your observation and question. Time plays a very important role in all of Morrison's narratives, and particularly so in a novel like Beloved, because time has a very intricate relation with collective memory. Because if you look at the epigraph of the novel, it's to those millions of people who went through the Middle Passage, and the figure of beloved is just a kind of appropriation of the many psychological and physical injuries that those slaves had felt and also underwent in the plantations. Time is very important precisely because it deals with historical time. There's a lot of historicity associated with these entire process of torture, and Seth's way of, as you very rightly pointed out, citing Homi Bhabha, revisits the collective memory of suffering of this entire historical process of being a slave, and she tries to negotiate it through the individual act of the killing of the child, and comes across to the readers as a nurturing but a devouring mother. It's very ironical that time plays a very important role. You have read the novel, you know how Seth remembers the absence of her own biological mother and how her African mother showed her the marks of violence on her body and said that this is what you have to live with. Now, if she has to live with this also as a continuation of that time, then she has to do it only by revisiting time, by sort of confronting time and the experience associated with it through some act of violence, which is not intentionally done, but that is the only thing that she could do at that moment.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I was just having this conversation with Falguni, my dear brother, that whether violence can actually counter violence. If he has a question, he can. But Devolina, if you have a question, please pose it to ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. So first of all, thank you for that wonderful session, ma'am. My question is very generic. You were talking about the Jim Crow era and all. So my question is, how do literary texts, particularly American literary texts that center racial violence, how do they complicated the concept of nation as a bonded unit? Because as soon as we're talking about racial violence, we're bringing in plural genealogies of race and migration and diaspora.
Right. Now, uh, this is a very beautiful question, Debolina, and thank you once again for the question. Now, the idea of the nation for the African Americans is very ambiguous. Precisely as you know, because they are tossed in between a no man's land in terms of their orientation to the space of origin, which is Africa, and to their space of living, which is America, which has been pointed out by Du Bois in the fact of the double consciousness or the strivings of the one to be a Negro and yet an American. So the idea of a nation and narration, if I may call it, comes in a very complicated and problematized way in various narratives. One good example of this can be cited in the form of Alice Walker's The Color Purple. In The Color Purple, you find, if you go back to the text, that the two sisters, the younger one visits the Olinka community in Africa, and when she visits, she says, I mean, I'm not actually quoting, but sort of paraphrasing, black people like us, blacker than us. You know, there is a sense of identification and repulsion. And then she never had an idea that black people like them, their skin color black, can inhabit a space beyond the continent of America. And there, the question of nationhood is also coming, where she doesn't know where she exactly belongs, because these people speak in a different language and have different cultural practices, but they are quite similar to the black people over here. And here we have the insider outsider dichotomy also, where she's happens to be an insider of the American community, but an outsider looking at the members of the same race but different country from a completely different perspective. And in a way, Walker problematizes. There's a brilliant essay on this in the, in Harold Bloom's anthology, where the concept of nation and nationhood, self-definition, belongingness, narrating that is brought out. But this is a very apt query.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Yes,
you so much.
sure. Thank you, ma'am. Sharnoda, yes.
Ma'am, so good to see you, first of all.
Very nice to see you
And
also, Karuna.
like those undergraduate days, I was actually taking notes of your class, and first my words, yes, I have actually written down CV before starting off my notes, just like my undergraduate days, ma'am. Ma'am, first of all, the exhilaratingly enlightening lecture that we had from you. I just have one question, ma'am. Whenever I read or I teach Toni Morrison, I always have this feeling that she's actually trying to create a different paradigm of affect altogether. The accepted paradigms of affect that has been taught to us. We are kind of conditioned to come up with certain emotional responses, certain manifestations of responses, which, I mean, do not go hand in hand with the experience that the Black Americans have been subjected to.
Yes.
It requires uh, a different set of response, so to say. The affect is completely different, something that we do not understand. We would never understand since we haven't gone through that experience ourselves. Forget about the whites. They would never be able to imagine the trauma, the hardship, and and how it conditions our effect. I'm so reminded of Sarah Ahmed here, who, in a cultural politics of emotion, says that we need to analyze these affects with their nuances, and we just cannot map the accepted domains and algorithms of effects on on the blacks, on the oppressed, on the people on whom violence has been perpetrated for generations, for millennia together. I'd like to listen to your thoughts on this now.
This is again a very good question, and it is very, very relevant. In fact, we can probably on a different platform also share my students' responses of teaching Toni Morrison in an Indian classroom. Now, the question of marginalization theory, race theory, affect theory, at a later on in their post graduation, or probably those who are doing their PhDs, they are exposed to it. They use these theories also very effectively in their works. What I feel is, I would talk a little bit about my experience in JNU. My idea of Africa, or even the Black Americans, till I really read these texts at my master's level, was that of Africa was the dark continent, consisted of certain tribes with, these colorful headgears. And of course, cricket was very famous in Africa, and it was those African Maasais and the great, animals in the jungles and the lions in South Africa and those safaris. I had no idea. I'm so sorry that I didn't know till then what um, African American literature was all about, or African writings in English was all about. Of course, I'd read about colonialism and imperialism and everything, but something like maybe Alan Paton, "Cry the Beloved Country," or maybe Conrad. Actually, I was so annoyed with Conrad because he, whatever. But Conrad in Heart of Darkness, or some African stories. But once, and I remember my guru, my teacher, Dr. H.C. Narang, who introduced me to African literature, introduced our class to African literature, to African poetics, to African American critical theory, to post colonial theory. And he told at that time that, it is not possible for you, exactly what you're saying, Sharon, no, to imagine the atrocities, the violence, the sadnesses, the marginalization that were inflicted upon these people. And it is not the sadness of being only a minority. It is the sadness, huge collection of people who are being extricated from any kind of normal human exchange. Even today, I'm sorry to say, but there are many
Yes.
very many instances of racial violence in America, even after uh, Barack Obama did so much for the nation. But this happens because, as you rightly say, it is embedded in the consciousness of the white people, because they associate the white with certain attributes of culture, of empowerment, of spirituality, of civilization, and the blacks with all the opposite attributes. And they do not and cannot acknowledge the fact that they are capable of anything significant, though now there's a lot of induction. But that mindset is definitely there, and indeed it affects us differently. We, as Indian readers, would probably try to grip at the, in a way that partition literature, when they were shifted, when they were large masses of people, the influx of people who were refugees, that kind of displacement, dislocation is there. But this is also not just because of a piece of land or a territory, but because of one's racial identity, one's skin color, one's identity. When put to question, it becomes very, very difficult, very hard, and not one or two people disliking you. The entire nation resists your attempts to, sort of. And that is why when Morrison represents this, of course, by now, after teaching, and my MPhil was also on African literature, my PhD was on Toni Morrison and Buche Amichita. After sort of internalizing snippets of that sadness, I probably I have come to a position when I can understand what it means to be, to some extent, and I try to be as empathetic. I always tell my students, do not extend sympathy, be empathetic to their concerns. I show them films like 12 Years as a Slave and Moonlight, and of course, the first Spielberg version of The Color Purple, and read out from make them listen to jazz music. So don't say black literature. Oh, what is it? Oh, it's a big fad to do African American theory and literature. That's become very popular. That's okay. But I would say that black people are the greatest singers, the greatest athletes, the greatest nation builders, great physicists. So in that way, to inspire jazz music, I play in class. I play Frank Sinatra. I play other people and the black singers who are outstanding and so popular. Many popular singers, Michael Jackson, people with whom they can connect. Great, I say, watch Denzel Washington, watch Morgan Freeman. Okay, watch Oprah Winfrey shows. See how they have. Watch To Serve With Love. Okay, watch them perform and bring out the best. This is how you can sort of.
Yeah, isn't it? I mean, we'll have to close the session now, but just one or two observations on this brilliant presentation by ma'am. One, of course, is, Sharunoda was talking about this effect, isn't it? The problem is that when there is a systemic hatred against an individual, I have to say this in Hindi. I have to say this in Hindi. Bhai, bahut dard hota hai.
True it is. True it is. Very true.
Till you actually go through that experience of being systematically hated for who you are, you will never know what it means.
Maybe the Dalit experience, Nilanjan. Maybe the Dalit experience,
the gender experience,
gender experience.
I mean,
but
I went to New York. Homi Bhabha was talking about this whole problem of minoritization, gender minoritization, minoritization in terms of race, sexuality. There are so many agencies of. Just one little point, Babu, here to this. This whole transcript of George Floyd, who was killed. This is so important. Just 2 or 3 years back, George Floyd was killed during. It was a black man who was killed by a white policeman. There's a whole transcript of that, and George Floyd constantly says, "Sir, I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
I can't breathe." He's stamping his foot on his heart, and this is just unimaginable.
Absolutely. And repeatedly, George Floyd says, "I can't breathe," and I think that is such a huge metaphor of who we are as minorities, whatever minorities that we all are. That's the psychosomatic condition. Psychosoma is such that that you actually feel a physical pain when you are actually not in pain.
Absolutely.
That's the heaviness of existence. Anyways, we have to leave now because Kevin, I guess, is waiting and is not too well, so we'll have to get him in. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's always an honor and
so
privilege
much. It's my pleasure.
To host
and
you.
You will also come to our college to present papers. Thank you so very much, Devrina, and everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hello, Kevin. Hope you're doing good.
Hang on. Hi. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, and it's good morning in Europe, and it's good afternoon here in India.
Yes.
Uh,
Right.
so, uh, so Kevin, just to everyone that Kevin is actually not very well. So, he will say whatever he wants to in a duration which he chooses to, right?
Yeah.
So
Thank you very
this
much.
won't be, I guess, a very long session because he's not well. Um, yeah. But before that, let me ask Sharonoda to please introduce Kevin. Sharonoda, please be very brief so that we don't keep him back for too long.
Sure. Dr. Kevin Porter, we are privileged to have him once again in our seminar. I had the good opportunity of moderating his session last year as well, last time actually as well. Dr. Kevin Porter is a postdoctoral researcher in the Department of English and American Studies at the University of Vienna, where his research and teaching primarily focuses on Marxist theory, migrant literature, anarchist thought, dystopian fiction, and Palestine. His first book, Poetics of the Migrant, was released in 2023 through Edinburgh University Press and received honorable mention for the 2024 Hugh J. Silverman Prize from the Association for Philosophy and Literature. His current book project considers theological, ontological, and political anarchism in the 19th century British literature. He has scholarly articles published in or forthcoming in Ariel, Poetics Today, the Museum of Poetry Studies, New Formations, and the European Journal of Life Writing. His writings have appeared in Jacobin, Roll Magazine, Monthly Review, Millions, and The Decision Voice. Considering his health and still the fact that he is here, I would now request Kevin to start off with his session.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very sorry that under such circumstances I'm not. Oh, can you hear me?
Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Just 1 second. Just before you begin with those Palestinian fictions, I want to just for 10 seconds read out a particular post that has been shared by our beloved. Retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Thank you, Donald Trump. Slow claps for that. Kevin, please begin.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. That gives me a great place to start. As Sonia and both Neil and John both pointed out, I'm very under the weather today. I had a very severe bout of food poisoning, and I've managed to feel a little bit better, although I'm slightly dehydrated and sleep deprived. So I'm afraid I don't have a full-fledged proper lecture for everyone today, but I will like to give you some sense of what I was hoping to elaborate on in more detail. I just simply through my illness just did not have time to prepare properly, and I'm very sorry because I'm very grateful for this invitation. I have very fond memories of it would have been 4 years ago that I last addressed this
4
group.
years. Yes.
And I was still a lowly doctoral student at the time. So how things have advanced since then. I'm very pleased to be back. And I do also want to say, because I was asked to do this, and I want to make sure that I offer the proper conventions. I also want to acknowledge Dr. Arpita Mandal, Ms. Debelina Das, and Mr. Falguni Naskar as well for all of the possibilities of putting everything together and all of this. So thank you. One thing, so forgive me, I'm still a bit dehydrated. So what I had intended to talk about today very much pertains to that quote that of that Neil and John shared with us from the current president of the United States, in which this is a manifestation of a long history of violence, war and violence that the United States has been carrying out in the service of the military-industrial complex, in the sense that it has always acted in the service of imperial rule from the United States. And not just the United States, but largely in the service of capitalism and largely in the service of sustaining capital class rule. What I had hoped to talk about more in detail was how this pertains to Palestine. Palestine is one of my major preoccupations, and of course, given the last 21 months or so, there's very little that I probably need to tell this audience about what's going on in Palestine, particularly in Gaza, although the West Bank is on the receiving end of very serious, more settler violence over the last couple of months as well, although that's been underreported. But what I was wanting to bring about is what I often am invested in is what's called a world systems analysis. Now that comes out of people like Emmanuel Wallerstein. There's some connections as well to Samir Amin and others who have talked about kind of the relationship between development in an economic sense. I'm going to put development in quotes because I hate that term, but I'm going to put it in quotes anyway. And the relationship to dispossession. And of course, if we go far enough back, we understand that one of the ways in which global processes of power are brought together are through myriad relationships of dispossession, right? So every time there's sort of wealth and accumulation happening somewhere, it occurs as a product of dispossession somewhere else, right? And particularly, again, in the service of capital growth and the extraction of surplus. Okay, so that's the theoretical stuff. It has a long trajectory going back to Marx, but doesn't end with Marx, or it doesn't it has taken various forms over the last 130 years or so. But one thing to say is that this is a way in which if anyone has ever had the pleasure of reading Mahmoud Mamdani's book, Neither Settler Nor Native, this is what he describes as colonial modernity. This is what brings the world together through various processes of ethnic cleansing, dispossession, displacement. And so throughout the world of sort of contemporary Palestinian literature, we can find an index of all of these processes, that neither of these different texts that I would be interested in talking about, where for example, Ghassan Kanafani's novella called Returning to Haifa, in which the book talks about the period between the 1948 Nakba and the 1967 Naksa, which were two very key moments in modern Palestine history and the thing that entrenched the apartheid state that they have since lived in. These are also, manifestations of patterns of displacement, the totality of capitalism, the totality of the way in which this kind of imperial rule entrenches itself and how it is felt among those who are receiving its worst effects. In a more contemporary sense, we might think of novels that also call upon ecological and environmental concerns, and how this pertains to the damage inflicted upon nature and inflicted upon animals, and how this interacts with a sense in which a cultural memory of a people and of their land is tied in with the catastrophes of ecological devastation. Yeah, and these again, if we take the a lot of ideas that come out of Jason Moore and the idea of the capitalist scene. We've seen this a lot as well. I know last time we talked about Amitav Ghosh. Actually, we've talked about Amitav Ghosh several times, Dilan John, haven't we? Also, as someone who writes very carefully about these kinds of things, the way in which environment and climate change is inextricable from forces of capital accumulation. And what I would say is that this process, as we learn from Marx, from Rosa Luxemburg, from Emmanuel Wallerstein, from Samir Amin, all these people teach us that this cannot exist without attending violence. violence of dispossession has to bring this world system into its current form. And it can only exist this way. In the extraction of surplus, the stealing of territory, the breaking of indigenous social relations has to occur through violence. Marx very well understood this. He was updating Adam Smith's thesis that this was just, a natural manifestation of, by dint of their genius and whatever. Marx said, no, this has to be through violence. It couldn't be any other way. Rosa Luxemburg imposed the idea that this is through militarism. That's how accumulation achieves. And so what I've often been insisting upon for quite a long time now is that Palestine and Palestinian literature in particular gives us the most clear representation and a very instructive way of looking at how all of these forces of violence come together through military, through settlement, through occupation, and through the advancement of corporate power, surveillance power. Palestinian literature gives us all of this, and if had I the physical and mental capacity, I would elaborate on more detail in different novels and how they are constructed in this way. I'll just give one example that's off the top of my head. Is a novel by Susan Abu Hawa called The Blue Between Sky and Water. This is a novel where both the form of this novel is a magic realist novel. And so we're asked to treat these kinds of supernatural, if you like, or if you like fantastical elements as a kind of banality. And what they offer, however, is an insight that cannot otherwise be described in the more with the more conventional realist narrative devices, but in turn, because these are characters having to cope with the loss of self, the loss of land, the loss of memory, what emerges is a renewed sort of way of processing violence, including the interaction between, in the case of that novel, it's the continuities between sexual violence, military violence, and violence inflicted upon the environment. All three of these are continuous with each other in a text with one another in a text like that. Another book would be Mornings in Jenin, also by Susan Abu Hawa, in which we're talking about a multi-generational family. But at the center of that novel is, if you're familiar with Palestinian literature, you'll already know this, but it's the olive tree, which plays a very significant symbolic role in Palestinian literature, which it comes to symbolize in the Palestinian tradition, the idea of sumud. And sumud means a kind of steadfastness, a kind of ability to withstand in the face of ongoing aggression. And the olive tree is a central kind of central point at which this family both identifies itself through the land that was stolen, but also one character in the novel, a character named Amal, really does exhibit exactly that kind of steadfastness. And it's no accident that every time she's described on the very same terms as if, these olive trees that have to withstand various different environmental changes, but they have to be tended to very actively and with very specific methods. And she's described by her stubbornness. She's described by her sort of ornery determination, as she's described. So what I was always interested in is how all of this teaches us something very important about global international processes. That, of course, doesn't mean we all experienced violence the same way. It doesn't mean that we all experience class power in the same way. It means that these things connect the world, but they affect it in unequal and uneven ways. Yeah. So this is very important. I'm not talking about globalization. I'm not talking about the idea that, it's a sea that lifts all boats and we've all had that god-awful book by Thomas Friedman where he talks about the world is flat and it has created equalities of wealth and access to wealth for everyone. I don't think anybody listening to me now believes that that's true for even a second. But what I would say is that it helps us understand the dialectical relationship between development and underdevelopment, right? That's one way that we understand. If you've read Walter Rodney's book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, you know that this has a long-standing history of understanding what colonial modernity did to the global South in order to achieve and arrive and to secure wealth for Europe and North America. So these are processes that bring the world together, but not as if they are all the same, because not all processes of class rule are experienced the same. That's absolutely true, and everyone knows this. And that these can't be sort of talked about on universal terms. It has to be a negotiation between the particular and the universal. But it does also, and one last thing that I will say before, because I'm starting to get a bit exhausted already, is it does challenge some of the ideas that we've all inherited in post-colonial theory, because it doesn't insist, for example, upon incommensurabilities across territory and across power. And it does still understand that there needs to be an understanding that at some level capital has generalized. It hasn't, I'll just repeat again, it hasn't generalized on universal in the sense that everyone feels its generalization the same way, but capital has not stopped moving to every corner of the earth. And I think the idea of insisting upon a cultural particularity that is isolated and atomized doesn't quite work in how we understand the capitalist law of motion. And this is where the concept of world literature, as I would conceive of it, and which I inherit from the Warwick Research Collective. If anyone is familiar with the Warwick Research Collective, they insist upon how literature maps onto this world system and how it allows us to be attentive to global and international processes of movement and territoriality and dispossession. So that's, I think that's everything that I can muster without having a proper script. And I apologize if any of it was if it was too incoherent to follow, but I'm happy to do my best to answer questions.
Yeah, I think that is better. Maybe we can, if we can ask questions. Sharnoda will be asking you questions. So, but Kevin, one thing is this: that whenever you feel uncomfortable, please tell us. We will let you off. That very once. Okay, please tell us. So,
thank you very much.
Sharnoda, please.
Yeah. You had, as you just said, that you feel that you have been incoherent, but trust me, this is perhaps the best response that we can actually extend to this incoherent time of ours. So, I mean, feel absolutely perfectly all right. The way you have spoken, you have actually touched upon all the points that we need to really ponder upon and cogitate upon. It was a short address for sure. As you said, it was unscripted, but boy, how we got enriched by that. All I can say is that I've taken down notes. I'm sure that we'll be having a longer session on this sometime in the future. But I mean, we have managed to really get hold of those points, those nuanced spaces of violence which are being perpetrated and worse still, pushed into anonymity. As you said, underreporting is the word of the day. And we are being subjected to that. And as we, collectively move towards a sort of amnesia, that is perhaps the worst kind of violence that can be perpetrated on humanity proper. So if there is any question from anyone of us present here, may request Professor Debulina to come up with her observations on this presentation of Kevin.
I think think Falguni has a question. Yeah, Falguni has a question.
All right. Falguni, please, please.
It's a very
go ahead.
it's a very ethical question. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So who is responsible? Hmm? Yeah, just a second.
Sure.
Unmute yourself. And Debolina, you can frame the question in the meantime.
Okay, hello, hi.
Hi.
So my question is, actually, it's a bit tough question for me to answer myself. That is, who is actually responsible for the violence, and can this violence really be stopped in future?
Mm. Yeah.
And I want to say something that is, I think it cannot be, because the root cause is our greed.
Well, thank you for the intervention. Or should we take several questions before I answer, or do you want me to answer each one at a time?
Yeah, the one at a time. Yeah, but
However, the way you
won't
feel
ask
like.
too many
One at
questions.
a time.
Yeah. I'm thankful for this question. It's as you can probably guess, it's not an easy one to answer. What I forgive me if I'm gonna sound like I'm a broken record, because I'm gonna repeat something I sort of hinted at, which is the reason I insist on a materialist analysis is that it offers us more clarity than trying to assign blame to a particular person. And I understand that can be very frustrating. It's frustrating for me too, because you want to hold people accountable and you want to challenge the people who are perpetrating violence. But when you take a materialist approach through a Marxist lens, what you find instead is that it's a system and it's not a particular person. And that means that the challenge where you can apply pressure isn't through. I think we have well figured out now. If we just focus on Gaza, and we'll see throughout all of our lives that it won't just be, unfortunately, it's going to be affecting all of us very soon. And it's heartbreaking that it has to be affecting all of us. But we're going to see very quickly that international law, criminal courts, UN resolutions, they're not going to do anything. I know that sounds cynical, and I know that sounds fatalistic, but history has shown us that these are manifestations of a system, of which the people acting in the service of that system are merely just products of it. They're also alienated to it. Yeah. So my point is, if we want to apply pressure, we have to apply it where the actual levers of power are, and those have to be not the people who are subjecting us to, whether it's wage slavery, whether it's to displacement, whether it's to ethnic cleansing. It's not people doing it, because we can't just remove one bad person from leadership and expect the next person who's going to come in to change everything. I think we all know this, right? So the idea of also saying, I think I understood you to say, I think it's greed at the end of the day. I would push back on that a little bit, right? Because again, it's not as if I were to take out, Jeff Bezos as the CEO of Amazon, and I put someone there who was, someone who said, I'm interested in giving away half of my income to charity and all of that. That person would still be beholden to their stockholders. They would still be beholden to the the market forces that demand that they continue to expand and monopolize and pursue labor-saving technology and steal all of our data because it has to. That's the nature of the system. I'll give one example of this. This was reported on many years ago, but in fact, I recently looked it up. You can find it in some newspapers during George W. Bush's presidency. That's how long ago this would have been. When a group of oil executives wrote a letter to George W. Bush, and they said, listen, we need you to regulate us. We need you to put a cap on carbon emissions because the market is telling us we can't. So we need the government to come in and do something about it. That meant that all of these executives were saying, we want to do the right thing, but the market is telling us we have to do something else. Basically, the letter was, stop us before we kill again. Because we can't do anything by it. This is the lesson we get when you take a materialist analysis. I want to say all of these people are evil. And I have a lot of fun saying all of these people are evil. All of these people are greedy. They're all going to run us off the planet. But I know deep in my heart that it makes no difference whether any of these people are nice, whether any of these people think they're doing a good thing or a bad thing, because the system will dictate where this goes. But the good thing is if we understand that, then we know how to fight it. And we know we have to fight it not by teaching people to be good, because I think we all believe we want to teach people to be good. We wouldn't be educators otherwise. But I think what we really need to do is say, where are the pressure points of this system? How can we apply real pressure to it? So that's why when it comes to Palestine, I mean, that's why the boycott movement has been such a boycotts are not always successful. They're usually a last-ditch effort if you know anything about sort of labor organizing. But it has worked. Divestment movements have worked. And they have shown to work way better than any of us wagging our finger at Netanyahu saying, you need to stop killing all the people in Gaza. Clearly that hasn't worked. The International Court of Justice is right there saying, what are you waiting for? Call a ceasefire. But he's not subject to that. He's subject to the system of the military-industrial complex, obviously largely supported by the United States, but that itself is in the service of military contractors that say this is the most profitable year on record for us, right? That's a system. That's not any one person. If we replace Netanyahu for someone else, they're going to be subject to the dynamics of settler colonialism, which is rife with all of these contradictions that cannot break unless they break the system of settler colonialism to which the people of Gaza and the people of Palestine are subject. I say that I know that's not a nice answer. I know we want to say, how do we hold people responsible? We all want to hold people responsible, but my indictment is the system, unfortunately.
Thank you. That was a very insightful answer. And yes, that actually forces us to take the entire spectrum of the network of power into question, into consideration. Professor Devoli Dash, you may come up with your observation or question, please.
Wonderful session. So I just have one question. So we've seen that in the Israeli settler project, or even in any colonial settler project, so subjects, in this case Palestinians, they are rendered as a surplus population, to use a Marxist term. So they are people who are excluded from the labor value and citizenship, yet ironically they are managed by technologies of the state, surveillance, imprisonment, humanitarian aid. So in light of this, how do Palestinian resistance movements, armed, cultural or intellectual, how can they enact forms of class consciousness or anti-capitalistic praxis?
Once again, oh man, these very challenging questions. I really love it. I could feel myself getting energy back. I haven't had questions like these in a while. how can they achieve class consciousness? Well, my answer to that is, again, one of the problems that is a contradiction of settler colonialism is, without there having ever been a sufficient process of land reform in a place like Palestine, we won't have class consciousness. Now, that isn't to say that we need to be doomed to say it could never happen. What it means is, where Palestine exists within this broad structure of class rule and dispossession, it's not a universally proletarianized population. As you said, it's much more of a excluded. I mean, to use a Marxist term, we would maybe say the Industrial Reserve Army, which is those who are outside of the traditional system of wage labor, but who are used nevertheless to beat back worker solidarity. Specifically in Palestine, since 1948, they've been permanent refugees, right? And as in terms of refugee status, that means that their connection to state protection, labor protections, are completely dissolved because of their what we might say as like an in-between status, or we might say an exterior status, or as a permanently expelled people. That therefore the analysis has to take account of the fact that there has never been a process whereby systems of land reform could make it possible to create a coherent worker identity, or a coherent worker formation, to use a more technical term, right? So this sense of class consciousness, in which people achieve the idea of a class for itself, right? A class acting in the solidarity against the forces of capital. I would submit that for that to occur for somewhere like Palestine, there needs to be a project in which there is a restoration of land given over, if you like, to the indigenous community. We saw this in places in Latin America a lot. So the reason why there's a coherent left movement, such as it is, it's not perfect, but that there is a coherent worker movement in places like Brazil, is because there was a project of land reform. It was incomplete, but at least started. In other places in Latin America, there was a huge land reform project. For that matter, if I could make an equivalent case, I mean, in the United States as well, we never had a sufficient land reform movement either in the United States. So I should say I live in Vienna, but I'm from the United States, so I don't know if the audience knows this about me. Maybe you can tell by my accent. But in the United States, we also never had a land reform movement, and which is also why we don't have a real left in the United States. There's a reason why also the continuities between settler colonialism and neoliberalism go so hand in hand, because maintaining the very same dynamics of managing a surplus population are the same things that settler colonialism adheres to and neoliberalism adheres to. And so without that process, where the indigenous people could have any kind of restored common access to and common control over land, is why there is no coherent left movement. And particularly in Palestine as well. I mean, we could talk about the fact that there was a distinct effort. Sarah Roy wrote a very classic book about this in the 1990s called The De-Development of Gaza. And she insists on the phrase de-development instead of underdevelopment, because this was a process in which what was the advances in infrastructure and technology in Gaza were systematically destroyed by Israel in order to de-develop them. I mean, and that was a policy. That was an explicit Israeli policy of de-development. But that process itself is designed with the explicit goal of ensuring that there will not be a labor movement, because there can't be, as long as you've systematically de-developed and systematically also destroyed capital-intensive industries. This is where the people of Palestine are dependent upon surrounding labor markets, including in Israel, but not exclusively, right? In Jordan and Lebanon and other places. They're dependent upon surrounding labor markets, making it so that there cannot be a unified labor movement within Palestine. And that's by design. That's what settler colonialism is. That's what Zionism is, actually. Zionism historically was always an anti-socialist movement. It systematically destroyed even the Jewish socialist movements, both in the Middle East and in Europe. That was its design. That was its goal. And ever since, it has acted in the service of creating the domination of a ruling class so that there cannot be a proper coherent class formation. So so just to sum up, without land reform, without an internationalist type of labor movement, and without the possibility of, again, I'm putting it in quotes, development to counteract the processes of de-development, those would be the things that would, in my mind, be required in order to ensure a coherent labor movement and class consciousness.
Thank you, Kevin. That was very insightful.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so can I ask? Kevin, one more question. If your health permits, that is.
Yes, I can.
So can I short another?
Oh, please. But if Kevin feels all right, then I do have my own observations. So if that can be accommodated, Kevin, please see to it.
Absolutely. Yeah. So Sharnada will be coming up with the last words. So, me and my brother Falguni over here, we have this kind of chit chat over these sessions. So, what I want to ask you is this, that, if there is the ethnic cleansing and the total mass destruction of Gaza, which is happening obviously through America and through Israel, America mainly and through Israel, America is conducting that. But on the other side of it, you also have an October 7th, where Hamas had, attacked Israel and the citizens of Israel. I think quite a few hundred and thousands of people were killed. It's not just about the October 7th, but quite a few, and this is the same thing, I guess, in all the conflict zones. So how do you look at this interface of violence? And do you think that there is an issue of disproportionality over there as well? So that's my question.
Yeah, it's a great question and a very important one, because I don't want to give too much of a simplistic dichotomy of saying that there's a sort of permanent unilateral sense of violence. I would say that when it comes to the events of October 7th, we really have to take we have to take a long historical view of this. Where does Hamas come from? Hamas emerged in the late 1980s as a group that, an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, an offshoot as well of Hezbollah. They were very still in close collaboration with Hezbollah, both as products of two very important things. One being the fact that the PLO was permanently shattered in the early 1980s by Israel and the United States. Let's say not shattered, but severely damaged. And what we understand about moments like this in history is that where there is domination, there is resistance, right? Where there is oppression, there is resistance. It is well known, and if you want a great book on this, I'd recommend Nora Erakat's book called Justice for Some. This is where she points out that it is written in international law, and again, we have to take with a grain of salt that international law can't manage everything. But if you maintain an illegal occupation on a people, and in the case of Palestine, it's been an illegal occupation for more than half a century, then you relinquish any claim to safety for both your state and for your citizens and for your civilians. And now, I'm not saying that to justify the acts of October 7th, I think they were horrific. I think they were careless. I think it was clear that it was carried out without any real plan. Although some have said that, oh, they had been planning this for a year or years or something, but it's really not sure. It's not really clear to me that it had a real goal in mind. They had said, well, leading up to this, there had been normalization between Israel and the Arab states, but they sidelined Palestine again. They cited that for a reason. They called it the Operation Al-Aqsa Flood in reference to the idea that the Al-Aqsa Mosque in East Jerusalem is relentlessly subject to pogroms and fire bombings. So they had reasons. But whether they had a goal in mind is to me a total mystery. And it's unfortunate because that has created a system of, of permanently having to navigate these complexities. But what I do know is that the claim that Israel has a right to defend itself, to me, doesn't quite work when they have been occupying a people illegally for over 60 years. It doesn't quite work for me if they have also been, if they turned Gaza into an open-air prison. They have laid siege to them in the early 2000s. Hamas, whether we like it or not, and we may not like it, but it's not our business, they won the election in 2000. They won the election in 2005. We may not like it, but it happened. And that election was seen as legitimate. The United States tried to carry out a coup against Hamas. It didn't work. They failed because Hamas was popular at the time. And as a result of that, Israel laid siege to them. They put an endless blockade on Gaza. They basically pulled out all of their settlements. And a lot of people think that that meant that Israel relinquished control of Gaza. That's not true. They removed settlements because it made it easier for them to maintain the most punishing surveillance regime possible on Gaza and to turn it into basically an enclave of punishment and collective punishment on a people for daring to elect a party that no one else, that Israel doesn't like. That's the end of it. Now, Hamas, a lot of people don't know, had made several reforms to their own platform. I find it interesting that many people conveniently forget that in 2021, Hamas agreed to a two-state resolution on the 1967 lines. That was a huge compromise. That was a compromise that most people in Palestine were not ready to accede to. But they did it in 2021. That went completely unnoticed by the EU, the United States, most of the media around in the global north completely ignored this. All they know is, and most of what people remember, is the Second Intifada, in which, yes, that was the era of suicide bombings. Yes, that was the era of child soldiers being recruited into Hamas. That happened. I can't deny that that happened. It did happen. And that's why most people associate Hamas with terror and anti-Semitism. But the broad history we have to take, as Frantz Fanon teaches us, this kind of resistance is going to happen when you have been occupying a people. And the only way to challenge colonial rule, the only way to challenge occupation was going to be through violence. Now, I question a lot of the sort of, let's say, the Islamic fundamentalism of Hamas. I would question how much how little emphasis they put on a class internationalist movement. Again, going back to the previous question. But this is what happens when you maintain an illegal occupation. And yes, the response to Hamas has been catastrophically disproportionate because they're not going after military targets. They're trapping people in food aid centers and shooting them dead. They're killing children. They're starving people. That is not a reaction and going against military targets. They're going after hospitals and lying about the fact that those hospitals are covered from military holdouts. They're lying about the food aid centers being Hamas operations. And what's one final point on this? We have to remember that Hamas is the local civil or civic organization of Gaza. Again, whether we like it or not. They have an armed wing. They also have the wing that is responsible for setting school curricula. They have a wing that is responsible for provision of food. They have to work with UNRWA. They have to. And they have to work with organizations that are involved in provisions. They're the ones that determine when people's trash gets picked up. They're involved in all of these things. Israel has conveniently been able to go after all of these other institutions, all of these civic institutions, by saying that they're run by Hamas. Well, of course they are. Hamas is the local government. Who do you think sets it in any municipality in the world? Every municipality is run by the local party that won the election. And so Israel gets to get away with this by saying they're run by Hamas. The Hamas health ministry. Yeah, of course, they're the Hamas-run Gaza health ministry. It's the local government that is governing. So we have to be very clear about this. And by still saying stochastic violence is horrific and it affects civilians, but that's what happens as it's written in international law. That's what happens when you maintain an illegal occupation. You abrogate any claims to safety for your own civilians and for your own territorial integrity. All of these things are relinquished when you maintain conditions like this.
I mean, this once again, this reply of yours, this elaborate reply of yours, Kevin, once again re-emphasizes on the fact that we stay informed, we analyze, we go deep into the issues that are being catered to us in a very scanty manner, and we are never allowed to get into the details of it. Just one last question before we let you go, Kevin. Here, I mean, you have been talking about pressure points and the failures of them, like the very important organizations that we have set up post the disasters of Second World War, the UN, the International Court of Justice, and they are once again failing terrifically, if I may say that. I mean, the latest may be the US Congress itself, the way US, Mr. Trump has now boasted that it is responsible for bombarding certain Iranian bases. That means the US has gone to war. And this is a statement issued by none other than the President of the United States. But there is no, resolution adopted in the Congress. I mean, this makes George Bush the senior appear angelic. At least he took the permission of the Congress before he went into the war. He lied, but then again, he took the permission. So these pressure points are falling apart. And, the pressure points within us, if we turn that a little, into an intimate space of our personal emotions, I believe in my country, those pressure points of my perception as an individual, as a community, they're failing as well. We are getting information, for example, about children getting killed indiscriminately, and how we see that is not creating any ripples for the majority of at least the netizens. I mean, they are also voicing the same terrific, terrible opinion that, okay, fine, they would grow up and they'd grow up to be Hamas, they would grow up to be terrorists. So better eliminate them, nip them in the bud. I mean, how can we be so crass about this entire genocide of children? This kind of makes me wonder whether there is a certain negotiation that is going on between the pressure points of the macro politics and the failure of the pressure points within us, the human individuals. I'd like to listen to your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that's a I think it's a great question. I think you've sort of already anticipated my answer as well, because I think one of the things that will always make these you know I'll say a little bit that, I live in Austria. Austria lives with the painful legacy of the Holocaust, the painful legacy of anti-Semitism. And what I notice here is the inability, it seems, of not just to sort of reconcile two truths existing at once, and the reconciliation of the fact that these are contradictory forces that have to, at the end of the day, conform to broader systems that are unfortunately bigger than any one of us individually. They're not bigger than us as a collective, but they are bigger than any one of us individually. And I think that's very hard for all of us to process and get used to as a way of thinking. Trump bypassing Congress in order to bomb Iran. I mean, when I see things, when this kinds of stuff happens, I mean, again, my formative years were the invasion of Iraq, when I achieved my political consciousness, and I permanently couldn't trust my home government ever again. And these are the kinds of things that you just go, but what can you do? What are you going to do about it? I mean, the way that we should learn permanently, and there are some places around the world, I think, that have much more, certainly not in my home country, but in other places, people have much more willingness to never trust their own governments because they know their governments are never going to work on their behalf. Because our governments are, in the state institutions, the UN, the International Criminal Court, they can do whatever they want. They can try all they want. But the existence of something like the Security Council, the existence of executive orders and consolidation of executive powers in the presidency in the United States, it just means that our political leaders are laughing at us. They really are. They're really looking at us and going, "Oh, you don't want us to go to war? We'll do it anyway. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to cry about it? Are you going to do something about it? Are you going to complain about it?" And the issue is we cannot internalize that message too much. Okay? We have to understand that there are more of us than there are of them. And all we have is each other. We don't have our governments. We can't count on them. We have each other. And all we have is each other. And if we lose sight of that, we are doomed. We have to understand that we have each other. We have to protect. There's more. I think I even said this during the last lecture 4 years ago. There's more distance between me and my government than there is between me and every one of you. Right? We are closer to each other than any of us are to our own governments. And that includes the UN, that tries to be this international organization that tries to bring the world together in peaceful harmony. We've seen that can't exist when there's governments with nuclear arsenals and they have veto power. The United States has veto power in the UN and uses it relentlessly. So much for this international community. But we also know that there are more countries in the global south existing in the UN that if they had their say, they would completely topple US military hegemony. So we have to have a Security Council to maintain the position of the ruling class. Right? So they're laughing at us, but we can laugh back and we can laugh louder and we can do this collectively. If we lose sight of our collective power, then it's over. And so we cannot lose sight of that. That's where the pressure points in ourselves. We have to remember who we are collectively, that our governments are not us. And that's it. That's where the pressure points can be, and that's where we have to sustain our fortitude.
Thank you. On that reassuring note, on that very message of our staying together, thicker than ever. I guess, Niranjan, with your permission, we should let Kevin go this time. I mean, it's been really sweet in spite of being under weather. He stayed back. He delivered a wonderfully engrossing lecture and attended to all our queries.
Thank you very much. I apologize for not being in my full capacity, but
thank you, Kevin. I don't know how to say. No. You have actually surpassed your capacity. In fact, you said that you will be here for 10 minutes, and you are already here for 50 minutes. So that's 5x. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I mean, I can't thank you enough. Thank you, comrade. And from this Politburo, I think we have to take a leave now. But thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. I'm glad I managed to muster the energy. So thank you all for the time.
Yeah, sure. Please stay
Thank you.
Please stay. Bye-bye. Stay safe. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so Devulina, let us straight away go to the panel discussion, and I would request you to conclude this session by 3:30. Okay, 3:30 would be the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So please
So,
carry on.
Thank you. So we're moving on to a panel discussion on othering and violence. So let me start by saying a very good afternoon to everyone gathered here today. Welcome to this panel. So as a concept note to the seminar argues, violence today is not merely episodic, but it's systematic and spectral. It is encoded in our everyday practices, in our laws, media, memory, history, and even in our silence. So in this session, we aim to navigate the terrain where literature, folklore, psychology, and ecology intersect with questions of power, identity, and resistance. We are fortunate to have with us four brilliant panelists whose interdisciplinary work allow us to probe the nuances of violence, not just as a destructive force, but also as a historical, cultural, and effective condition.
Devulina, just a second. Devulina, just a second. Devulina, just a second. I would request all the panelists to please switch on their videos, okay? Because this is a panel discussion. Please switch on your videos and then continue. Please, Devulina.
Yes, of course. So before I go into introducing the panelists, I just want to take just like 30 seconds to thank Dr. Urpita Mondol Nandi, the head of the Institute of Panchla Mahavidyalaya. Again, Nilanjan Chakraborty, the one who put all of this entire thing together. And I would be remiss if I did not thank you, Dr. Falguni Noshkor, and AIFEST, and of course, Dr. Sharona Shen. Thank you so much. So let me begin by briefly introducing our panelists today. So first we have Dr. Janisa Singh, who is an assistant professor of English at Chagodegi KKS Mahavidyalaya under the University of Pollani, and she is currently pursuing her PhD at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi. Her research explores folklore and cultural narratives, especially among the Kami communities of the Eastern Himalayas. Then we have Navonita Roy, who is also an assistant professor of English at Robindra Mahavidyalaya, Hooghly, and is pursuing her doctoral research at North Bengal University. Her work engages with the spectral, the marginal, and the aesthetic negotiations of identity and violence. Then we have Aishwarya Dashgupta, who is a faculty member at Calcutta Girls College. Her areas of interest include gender studies, post-humanism, eco-criticism, and blue humanities. And last but not the least, we have Debaruti Bakchi, who is a clinical and forensic psychologist currently working at the CMOH office, Alipurduar district, West Bengal. Her expertise spans personality disorders, childhood trauma, and the psychological underpinnings of structural violence. So, Janisa, I'd like to begin with you. So your research takes us to the oral traditions of the Kami community, traditions which are often included from mainstream historical and literary canons, because canons, we understand, is an inherent exertion of power. So folklore, in many ways, it captures the slow and multidimensional aspects of marginalization, but it also holds space for resilience and community memory. So could you speak about how the Kami cultural narratives reflect or resist systematic violence? And do you see these oral traditions as archives of trauma or perhaps even as tools of resistance?
So thank you, Devulina, for the question and for the opportunity to be here. My PhD research, it focuses on the oral narratives and to a certain extent the material culture of the Kami community, with special reference to the Darjeeling Hills. So Darjeeling, we all know, we all look at it from a very romanticized lens, the tourism, weather. But in that romanticism, we have often overlooked the lived reality, the social fabric of that region. And so during my so initially my PhD thesis was on something else, but it was related to caste and the late experiences. But then I realized, what about because I also come from a Dalit background, and the community that I'm studying, the Kamis, I also belong to that community. But for my PhD research, I realized that I don't have any literary text or novels or poetry coming from my hills, okay, coming from the Darjeeling Hills to work on. So that is when I turned to ethnography and to cultural ethnography and looking into the folklores and narratives within the community. So, just beginning with, when I was collecting data and meeting people, so there isn't a sense of these academic words that we use, trauma or violence, resistance. So within the community, those terms have not emerged till now, because that anti-caste consciousness or the Ambedkarite consciousness is slowly emerging among us, among people who had the opportunity to go out of the place, okay, to go out of the hills, to go to Delhi or Kolkata and read about anti-caste literature. So the people whom I have interviewed, they do not have that vocabulary. But I think so. This is what academic discourse brings us into, that we, in a certain way, have the privilege, a certain sense of authority to name and rename what the community has undergone. So, in my study of the Kami community, so there are two traditions, two narratives. First is the myth of origin. Okay, so the Kamis are giving their own myth of origin, and the Kamis, by profession, traditional profession, we are supposed to be the blacksmiths. And we all have heard about the Gorkha regiment, okay, and the famous kukri that we carry, that it's a symbol of marital valor and bravery. So the community who produces this material, this artifact of kukuri, okay, they are the kamis, but paradoxically, we are at the bottomest of the society, the untouchable. So in Nepali, we say, pani no chalne jat, a caste from whom you cannot even take water. Understood? So the community in the very recent decades, okay, so this is not something that has been going on for a long time, but in a very recent decade, they have started reinterpreting themselves. So they first begin with the Kami myth of origin. How did we origin? Okay, what was our origin? So on one hand, we have the Brahmanical Chaturvarna myth of where from the body of the cosmic man Purusha, different varnas emerge, and those who do not fall within that body are the Atishudras, and in present terms, we call them as Dalits as well. So the Kamis, they are aware of this. Okay, they are aware that we are the Pani no Chalne Jat, we are the Achut, the untouchables of the society. This has been historically ingrained in us, be it coercively. Okay, so this has been in our psychology that, oh, we are the Achuts of the society. But in recent decades, we have sort of reclaimed the narrative, saying that, see, we will also use myths, we will also use folklore to present a counter memory, a counter history. And in this myth of origin, the Kami, there is no presence of the cosmic body, Purusha, or anyone. Rather, the Kami is the same, that we were the sons of Brahma. And it is very important to understand that the Brahma has three sons. Okay, so there is Bahun, Mani Brahmin. We also have Tamang, who in the present Indian context are constitutionally recognized as scheduled tribes. And then we have the Kami, and these are three brothers. So we have this Brahmin, a scheduled tribe, and a scheduled caste in the story. And that is very important. These three characters are very important to understand the social reality of the Darjeeling Hills, because here the Brahma Rama says that whoever will write the Vedas and whose Veda will sustain the test of fire will be given the authority over the Vedas. And the Brahmin, he writes on a cow hide. Okay, so he writes on the skin of a cow, and when he puts it in the fire, it burns. So Tamang, he writes it on a copper plate, and that also melts in the farmer. Whereas Kami, he writes it on an iron slab, and when he puts that iron on the fire, so it extinguishes the fire. Okay, so in that sense, by very fair trial and competition, so Kami becomes this what should I say, the author of the Vedas. Okay, the author of the Vedas. And but over the years, Brahmin and Tamang, these two brothers, they are very antagonist towards his success. Okay, towards the popularity that he has among the people, and they conspire with deceit to overthrow his authority over the Vedas. So, and when this happens, and Kami, through deceit, through the use of substances like pork and alcohol, okay, so which again becomes this, if we read this Brahminical text, so alcohol and pork, all of these are ritually defiling, impure. So Kami loses that status of purity. Now, what the twist that they bring into this narrative is that Shiva, okay, in Darjeeling, there's a Mahakal Mandir. If you go to Darjeeling, you'll go to Mall Road, there is this Chaurasta, horse riding, and we have the Mahakal Mandir over there. So that is what people consider the one who has protected Darjeeling through several environmental disasters. Okay, so they again use that temple and say that Shiv helps Kami, and he uplifts him to the position of Vishwakarma, the Lord Vishwakarma. And then the Kami, he becomes the divine architect, okay, the divine artisans who is building and producing weapons, not just for the humanly kings, but also for different gods. So from this fall, they have a narrative reversal, they engage in narrative reversal. And through these myths, what the Kamis have done, they have started practicing priesthood in the region. So, some 20 years back, when the Kamis were not allowed to enter the temples, okay, now the Kamis are practicing priesthood in there. Okay, through this myth, they are deriving the legitimacy to become priests. And the nature of the Darjeeling Hills, the cosmopolitan nature of the Darjeeling Hills, and this faith, this faith in, be it in animism, or be it in tantra, or be it in institutionalized religion. Okay, so the people have very strong this idea of belief and faith that we have to believe in something. Okay, so even now when I'm here, if I see a mandir, I will do this. If I see a church, I have to do this. Okay, so this has been ingrained in us. Okay, we have learned that, and it's not easy to shed it out. So now these temples also become both sites of memory and resistance. Memory because the priests who are now practicing there, they know that their parents, that their grandfathers were never allowed within the temple premises. Okay, so if you go to Mirik, okay, not through a lens of a tourist, you will go and click photos and get selfies and all this, not through that lens, but if you will look at that place socially, politically, in Mirik there is a Vishwakarma Mandir, and these temples become very important sites of memory and resistance. And why I have mentioned that the three siblings, the Brahmin, the Tamang, and the Kamis, why do they appear? Because the Darjeeling Hills, what do we understand caste system as? Oh, there's a Brahmin and who sort of subjugates and dominates, oppress the other community. So we have created this binary of Brahmin and the untouchables. But this binary, this kind of approach does not apply to every region, because all the regions have their own very specific specificities. Okay, so now the mention of Tamang, a tribal, as a rival to the Kami's ritual status also highlights the fact that in Darjeeling there isn't a Brahmanical hegemony, but there is there is the dominant caste, okay, the dominant caste which can be occupied even by the tribals. Okay, so in future we have to work on the idea of dominant caste and understand how in different region which all groups are comprising this dominant caste. But in Darjeeling, even the tribals also occupy the dominant caste who are then antagonistic to the Kami Dome and Sarkis or the Dalit communities in the hills. And this clash conflict between the tribes and the untouchables, okay, the Hindu untouchables and the tribes, it reached its manifestation, its high peak during 2002 when we have the demand of sixth schedule in the hills. So Darjeeling, we know that there has been a long going struggle for Gorkhaland. It has almost crossed a century. Okay, the demand for Gorkhaland has crossed a century, and and political leaders have compromised according to their own materialistic interest. Okay, so this is also a fact. So in 2002, we have the demand of sixth schedule, which says that, okay, fine, we're not getting a separate state, but we can be a sixth schedule area, wherein the problem was even the Brahmin and the Kshetris, okay, or the upper caste, they were also to be given tribal status. So the question here was that who is going to take historical accountability of all these years of operation that a particular community has undergone? So just simply politically saying that yes, now we are scheduled tribes from this date onwards. So what happens to the historical operation, the historical memory that the community, that the Dalit communities alone have to deal with that? No, because then who will they say ki, if they say no, this Brahmin, he was the one who was oppressing us, but from tomorrow he's a tribal, he's an indigenous, he has nothing to do with Hindu culture and icons. So then who are the Dalits then going to ask, or to sort of heal? Okay, to heal also, to we need a witness, like Dory Love says that we need that the victim of traumas, there has to be witnesses also to that. So the political situation of Gorkha land, be it in its demand, in its ethnic unity, or be it in its alternatives to sixth schedule and all these things, have constantly erased the caste narratives. I mean, if you go to Darjeeling, you'll feel like, oh, everybody is so happy, everything is so good over here. But people like us who have lived with those experiences, lastly, to conclude, when you visit Chaurasta, so you will see that there is a statue of Bhanu Bhakta. Okay, he translated Ramayana into Nepali. So we have Bhanu Bhakta Acharya's statue. And after the death of Kaman Singh Ramudhamo, who was the Dalit leader who protested, who voiced against the sixth schedule, so after his death, when the Dalit community say that we also want our soul, a single leader who came from our community, okay, we want to commemorate him. Okay, we want a statue of him. So it took around 10 years to actually install that statue in the special location visibility of the hills. But sadly, what happens is the statue is placed at the end corner, okay, of that region of the entire Chaurasta. They found the most corner place, okay, where people will just okay, fine, nobody is going to look at that statue, give it attention, know the history behind it, who this person exactly, and what his contributions were for the Dalits in the hills. So caste at once is a memory as well. Okay, that caste violence is a memory as well in the hills, but and it is still ongoing, okay, politically, through spatial manipulations in this everyday life. Caste is still an ongoing violence, and through the Kami communities, oral narratives, traditions, the way they speak. If you go to the field, the way they speak, they themselves are very confused, because on one hand we have 100 years movement of ethnic solidarity going on, and in there you also have to, hey, you are a Kami, you are a Dalit, okay, you cannot you cannot interdine with us, we're not going to marry you, you all are wild creatures, but again we are ethnically together. So this entire confusion, this sort of confusion and chaos, and finding the narratives and actually interpreting them was also a very difficult task. And so yeah, so with that I would like to end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janisa, for your rich insight into how voices from the margins push back and silence an erasure. So, this idea of marginality and memory and resistance brings me to Navonita, whose work also engages with the spectral figures that are neither visible nor gone, but who also haunt the edges of power and identity. So, Navonita, in your research, how do spectral figures reframe our understanding of violence, particularly in traditions like Bhavaiya? How do aesthetics mediate transgression and trauma?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are perfectly audible.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Das, for the invitation, and it is a privilege to be part of this panel discussion. So I'll read out from a paper, and it definitely addresses the questions that you have posed, but also overall, I believe I would also like to resonate a bit with the themes of the online seminar that took place. So, in Draupadi, Mahashweta Devi critiques the idea that sexual violence can be justified because Dopti Meche is a racial and political other, a notorious young Naxalite accused of murder. In November is the month of migration. Hansda Sovinder Shekhar shows how the Jawan at the Railway Protection Force justifies the violation of Talamai Kisko's body by slut shaming her for being a Santhal and a migrant. In the film Kothanodi, a mother possessed by a jinn, also her lover, brutally murders her stepdaughter Tejimola. In Bernard Shaw's Major Barbara, the patriarch Andrew Undershaft, a multimillionaire munitions manufacturer, weapons of mass destruction, says his religion is blood and fire, blood that cleanses, salvages him from bankruptcy. Violence does wear a human face, bearing a sense of justice that depends on an idealized value, or rather a belief, that is, being inhospitable towards the other. Be it the self or a collective, othering is a condition of violence perpetuated on religious, racial, national, political, linguistic, sexual lines, and more. Othering is violence, and violence is othering. Like the color red, a symbol of both life and death, violence has a preface or has been a preface and an afterword to civilization. It is a discourse justifying the triumphalist exhibitionism of power, of masculinity, of righteousness. Violence is double edged, conditioned not only by an urge to otherize and alienate, but also tethered to morality, salvation, and justice. Now, the question is, what are the ways of articulating violence and othering? To answer your first question, I deal with specters in my thesis, and according to me, spectre is a Derridian deconstructive figure. These revenants remind us of whatever has deceived our memory and seeped within as things repressed. To be concerned with the ghost and the ghostly is to think through trauma and suffering, or whatever has escaped, both personal and historical, as catastrophes that often evade the structures of mourning and remembering. They return in time and with time. Memory is the medium for their return, and literary spaces that archive memory are where ghosts proliferate whenever we conjure a text in reading. Hence, most ghost stories, or rather stories, are ghost stories, and whatever is ghostly comes back to recall the trauma of the past and whatever has escaped. Again, what springs from such understanding is the fecundity of ghosts as metaphors and tools to deal with varied subjects of othering. But they are also paradoxical incorporations, as here, not here, absence, presence, being, not being, non being. It troubles the fine line between two absolutes, an in between figure between life and death. The spectral is a logic of neither nor. that perforates boundaries. Accordingly, the spectral logic displaces. I read the spectral and the spectre as an in between figure and a figuration that, in some sense, is agentic enough to bridge the gap between the self and the other. As a metaphor and a non human other, it refers to disembodiment, negation, and absence, which in its immateriality has the power to possess and bother us. And therefore, to look through and with the spectre is the ability to recognize the disorderly that wears the face of straightforwardness. Hence, I argue that to think spectrally with ghosts and the ghostly is to think non violently. If violence stems from rigidity and the inhospitability towards the other, thinking spectrally is a blasphemous intervention into the logic of violence that feeds on otherness. Now, to answer the second question related to Bhavaya, Bhavaya is a folk music genre popular in the Tista Brahmaputra flat plains, that is, in the northern parts of Bengal, Lower Assam, Rangpur, Bangladesh, and chiefly practiced among the Rajbangshi community, a group racialized as another, both as Black Dalits or Hindu Adivasi like. The songs have been long orally disseminated in a language that is often considered an other dialect of Bangla and Assamese. Many refer to Bhavaya as songs of the laboring class, migrants, and especially women, because they sustain discourses of violence, testimonies of her transgression and her desire to transcend the limits of gendered categories. For example, a young wife confides in her brother in law, expressing her urgent need to leave her husband due to his drunken abuse. She demands to be fetched to her father's land, however, skeptical if she could ever cross the river, a metaphor for the enormity of bonds she needs to sever before she leaves. Or take, for instance, the wailing wife who, due to an overload of household chores, is unable to attend to her beloved, who is palpably growing cold with time. Or the coldness she is met with from her in laws who seek piety and passivity, or even how they normalize her physical pain. Bhavaya proliferates with representations that subvert the male gaze, prolong inhibitions, resist caste, class, and gendered violence through voices that contemplate, complain, conspire, and desire. However, to idealize the folk as a haven for transgressive voices is also to be possessed by the logic of violence, that is, folk standing in opposition and subordinate to the classical genre or the ethnic as opposed to the mainstream. However, reading Bhavaya for me has been the process, or rather, a process of contesting, resisting those dismissive narratives that render different voices, subaltern voices, invisible, fictional, abject, and other, and also to critique the epistemic violence in this process. Hence, I argue that whenever I refer to the ethics of representation beyond the logic of violence, I'm also thinking through the other. Rather, I propose that the logic of violence is also the logic of othering. I believe to represent violence and trauma in any form or language ethically is to situate the self within the discourse of the other, to blur the lines and borders between the creator, author, director, and the work. Informed by the spectral logic, the ethics of responsibility for me encompasses being in between, using both the ready made tropes available in literature and culture and abandoning them, to reduplicate dominant readings and to trace the blind spots and ellipses in them, to affirm to realism and also to subscribe to supernaturalism. To contest differences is to fold ethics within aesthetics, the self within and with the other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nobonita, for the exploration of hauntings and thresholds and invisible violence. So this gives us a perfect transition to Aishwarya Dashgupta, whose work takes on these questions into the post-human and ecological domain, where the non-human world is not just a backdrop, but it's also a victim and a witness to violence. So, Aishwarya, I have two questions. So, in what ways do you think ecological destruction and environmental displacement can be seen as a form of othering? And second is, how does gender intersect with these eco-violent narratives?
Thank you, Devarana. First of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organization and your esteemed institution for inviting me for the talk. Of course, greetings to my dear family. It was indeed wonderful to listen to all of you. Coming to your question, I won't kind of be too lengthy because we are short on time. So just try to answer you briefly. Whenever we are talking about othering, we must always come to the concept of a self. Now, who's the self in this duality between the self and the other in terms of ecological narrative? Of course, this takes us to the famous dialogue by Protagoras, the sophist. Man is the measure of all things. Now, who is this man? This man is not just you, me, or anyone else. This man is, as Rosie Brzoski talks about in her book on post-humanism, that an able-bodied, civilized, so-called civilized, white European man, almost measured on the ideals of Da Vinci's Vitruvian man. And the standard of this human, this particular able-bodied heterosexual man, is kind of based through the othering of many other individuals of different physiognomies that that may be non-human as well, non-human categories, and that might people who might look like you or me, but not considered to be human. That's where we come to the concept of post-humanism. Now, of course, when I'm talking about the otherization of nature, I'm otherizing something that I'm considering outside of myself. That's why I'm able to carry out the violence. Now, uh, of course, therefore, we may consider that environmental displacement and disposition can we consider that as systematic acts of otherization? And your second question was, how does gender intersect? Not just gender, but gender, class, caste, uh, species, all these borders are transversely cutting across in our discussion on the self and the other. But sticking to your question, we can think about characters like Urundhati Rai's, in suppose Urundhati Rai's text, The Ministry of Utmost Happiness, we have a particular scene where we see street children who are kind of sitting under this shed of tarpaulin. And there is this person called Gulabia who plays a flute and remembering of a time when a river used to flow in his native village. If we talk about another text, for example, in Latitudes of Longings by Shivangi Swarup, there is a character called Girija Devi who talks to plants, who considers herself as a scion and who kind of claims that she can look into the future and predict things. She can listen to animals. She has a different way and perspective of life, and she feels pain when trees are cut down. So she's linked to the environment in more ways than one. We all know about the Narmada Bachao Andolan and many other such environmental justice movements which have been carried forward by women all across the world. We have Greta Thunberg now, who's storming into Palestine. She began as an environmentalist and all of that. We cannot really separate these things, but yes, woman as a category has always been otherized and always been seen as a marginal figure in society. And when we look at the earth or the history of how women became the second sex, we will notice that the fertility cults and constraining the woman's body, taming her down, toning her down, all of these things are completely correlated to the world, to the way in which we treat our natural cohabitants, right? So it's all kind of connected, and I think all of this kind of can be traced back to utilitarianism and the rise of capitalism, where we look at everything as an object that can be tamed and capitalized upon, right? So I think I'll end. I'll not stretch this any further.
Aishwarya, thank you for number one, keeping the brief, and for that deeply layered rethinking of violence across species and spaces. So now we move on to the inner terrains of violence, psychological, systematic, and often invisible. So Debarati works at the front line of these questions as a clinical and forensic psychologist. So Debarati, how does childhood trauma shape the psyche, and in what ways may it not be visible but also very violent? And the second is, so what role do legal, clinical, or the rehabilitative system play in either reproducing these cycles of violence or stopping them, resisting them?
First of all, greetings everyone, and Devalina, thank you for having me here. So I'll just go straight to your question. First of all, let me mention this person, Dr. Gabor Mate. I think you people are familiar with him.
Yes,
His
Debarati, we are familiar.
understanding of trauma, he defines, you'll find this particular thing, he'll define big T's and small T's. So basically, when we come to that, it's a simple it's a simple description. Basically, the big T's mean how severe your childhood trauma and the severe aspects of your trauma. And the small T's are the subtle ones, which we maybe all of us we go through some of it, but then we have our own personal experiences, individual experiences, and those vary from person to person. So, first of all, let me tell you something. I think you people also have heard about this particular case. I don't know if all of you have, but then this particular serial killer, his name was Andrew Chikatilo, Andrei Chikatilo. I'm sorry. So he was very well known Russian serial killer, and during his active years when he committed the crimes, it was 56 plus murders that he committed during that span, whatever crime span. So if you see his history, this person was a product of childhood trauma. First of all, if you see his background, you will see that it is also mentioned somewhere that it was mentioned somewhere that he had his first bread at the age of 12. His both of his parents were laborers, farm laborers, and they mostly survived on leaves and grass and this and that. So basically, he had real food at the age of 12. So they came from severe poverty. So when we are mentioning caste and gender, we also need to mention this particular place where socioeconomic status is a major role that plays in this area of othering and violence. So when you have a background like that, you come up from a very bad kind of a childhood. He also heard stories from his mother that they were so poor during that time. His neighbors, apparently, his mother used to tell this story to him repeatedly that he had a elder brother, Stephen, who was cannibalized by his own neighbors due to the poverty. And when he grew up, he had a sister, and due to whatever circumstances, his father was apparently not present over there, and his sister was a product of rape. His mother was constantly raped by the German army, sorry. So then, coming from this background, he had a adulthood where he worked in the army, he served in the army, then he worked as a teacher as well. But then, even after that, he couldn't overcome all that. And he also had some issues with his, I think he suffered from some sort of sexual dysfunction, which also led to serious aggression towards women. You will see his statements which somehow denoted that he already became a bit paranoid, and it was very women centric. He used to think that women are whispering behind his back and talking, spreading rumors about his incompetence, impotence, and everything. So from there, his crime, very severe and heinous kind of crime, it started, and it ended where it was 56 plus crime, and he brutally murdered mostly children and raped them and mutilated them. So here we see that this is one example of severe trauma, severe childhood trauma that is mostly not just from what kind of parents you have or whatever, you have some scolding from your teachers or something like that.
it can also come from where you're living, your living condition and socioeconomic status. And coming to the rehabilitation part, when I personally, when I work as a field person, and I'm not into academia much like all of you. So when we work in the field, I remember one of my patient over here. So our DMHP functions mostly in the rural settings. And some people believe that mental health disorders are limited to those who come from the higher SES background. The rich people, they have this mental disorders. Some people have this misconception, but then our OPDs are flooding. And most of the population over there are, from the farmer background, laborers and women who actually struggle a lot every day to just get their daily bread. And I remember one person, when they sometimes come with many physical complaints, have pain here and pain there. They don't come and tell you that they are feeling low. So we have to poke them and get the symptoms out of them. So they sometimes, I remember this particular patient, she was complaining of weakness and how she's not getting enough energy every day. And she was very skinny. She was extremely skinny. And first thing I remember, me and my colleague, we emphasized on her diet, and we said that you should start eating well and have eggs and this and that. And she mentioned in Bengali, যে বাবা আমরা তো গরিব মানুষ, আমরা তো গরিব মানুষ, আমাদের দুটো শাক ফুটিয়ে ভাত খাওয়া ওটাই আর কি আমাদের কাছে ওই জোগাড় হয়. So most of the time they are so much uh, out of our society, and we sometimes don't understand that it's also a privilege. Maybe we are immune to certain mental health conditions because of our SCS, and they are not. And that person cannot even afford a proper diet, which is why she feels that it's some form of an illness. Basically, this malnutrition, she thinks that it's a mental disorder, that she doesn't have good energy in her body. So that's a lot of things. And these things also contribute to trauma. A person growing up in that household, a child growing up in a household where you don't have the money to meet your basic needs and give you basic safety. So that is a problem. And I think coming to the next question, rehabilitation and this and that. So I think our government facilities, especially in India, our government facilities for rehabilitation or correctional homes, whatever you call it, they are not very well equipped. And even when they have me over there, I visit the correctional home here in Alipurduar district maximum once a month. Sometimes it's skipped and it's done quarterly. So these people mostly stay under the supervision of police personnel who are hardly equipped to deal with, mental health issues. And I have seen many of the convicts who are convicted of murder and assaults and this and that. Even a lot of people who are like convicted of serious crimes as rape and murder, they turn out to have some sort of mental illness. Their core issue is the mental illness, which was never touched or treated. And this is why they keep on doing it repeatedly. They complete their sentence, maybe they serve the sentence and they get released, and then they come back to the same society. And there's a lot of stigma when you have been into a rehabilitation center, even for addiction. If you have been to a rehabilitation center or you have been to jail, when you come out, the society doesn't accept you the same way. So the main theme we are discussing, that othering is also there. So then they cannot help but relapse, or they cannot help but get back to their old ways of crimes and everything. Because when we are talking about recovery or we are talking about treatment, you have to give them a place where they feel accepted and you have enough support financially, socially, and in all aspects of life. You need to have enough support to come out of that same pattern or whatever problems you have. So I think our system, our government setups are not that equipped. I don't think if they'll ever be equipped in even in next 20 years or 50 years. I don't think they will ever be equipped. And the living conditions inside the correctional homes and the rehabilitation centers, most of the rehabilitation centers, even for issues like addiction, these places are living hell if you enter a rehab ever. Me being a clinician, it was maybe not traumatic for me because I was on the other side of the table. But then the person who's staying there for recovery, and they're sometimes even, they're beaten and they are violator of their human rights and everything. So I think that's a big issue. And whenever we are talking about violence and aggression, I think there's some sort of psychopathology that crops from their childhood. For every other individual who has a problem with aggression or has a reactive nature, something other than if it's genetic, then it's a different case scenario. If you have it in your genes, if the biology is the reason why you are having this, that's a different case scenario. But even when you have it in your genes or if it's your biology, I think a lot of the social learning and your environment and everything plays a vital role in aggravating the problem. So that's one of the things where childhood trauma is specifically very important, or your childhood atmosphere where you grew up, the situation, the circumstances, your SES, your parents and everything plays a vital role in what you become, what ideology you transform into, or whatever person you become, whatever belief system you have. So yeah, that's it.
Okay. So again, thank you, Devaruti, for this, and thank you to all of our speakers. So what strikes me across all of your contribution is that violence is neither confined to acts nor spaces. It lingers, it repeats, and unfortunately, it also evolves. So I want to ask if Nilanjanda or Falguni sir they have any questions, or if panelists have questions for each other, or if we have any questions in the WhatsApp group. We don't yet.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to sort of, continue with this, but unfortunately, we have to conclude now, Devolina, for obvious reasons. Just a second. Just a second. হ্যালো ম্যাডাম, হ্যাঁ একটু জয়েন করুন না, এই ভ্যালিডিটিটা করে নিই।
So, as we bring this panel to a close, I want to sincerely thank.
Yeah. So I'm just. Yeah. I'm just.
Sorry. And see, you were saying something.
No, continue, Devolina.
So I want to
continue.
Thank all of our panelists for their intellectually rich and emotionally resonant contributions. So today's discussion reminded us that violence is not just an act, it's a condition, often silent and often systematic. But when we name it, when we narrate it, and when we resist it through scholarship and art, we create spaces for justice, healing, and hope. So thank you all for joining us today. And with this, we come to an end of today's event. So yes, our principal ma'am is going to deliver the last closing speech. Ma'am?
So, yeah, no, she will not deliver the speech. She will not deliver the speech, but I'm going to deliver the vote of thanks, Devolina. So, first of all, I must thank Dr. Orpita Mondol Nandi, our principal. Then I must thank Dr. Topobroto Bhaduri, who is the teacher in charge of the Puras Kanpur College. I must thank Dr. Shambhamitra Das, the IQAC coordinator of our college, Professor Pushpita Sengupta, the IQAC coordinator of Puras Kanpur, of Puras Kanpur, Professor Sharanya Sen. I must also thank Professor Debanjan Shet, all the teachers of both the colleges, Dashgupta, Dr. Simi Malhotra, Dr. Chandrani Biswas, Dr. Kevin Potter, and I must also thank our panelists, Some of them have been very, very excellent in their deliberations. Last but not the least, I must no, not the last, the penultimate one. I must thank the IFEST team for their continuing support. It's so wonderful to have IFEST on board every time. They have been so brilliant in getting this YouTube live all across the world. So thank you so much. I must say that in this seminar, 141 papers were presented across the 2 days. I must thank all the chairs. I don't have their names, unfortunately, but my friends like Anirban, Joshumati, Aruna Bodha, and the others. Sorry, I can't recollect all their names, but they have, the chairs have been very, very cooperative as well. Nobonita, I think, she was there as one of the chairs as well. So thank you very, very much, all of you. But I must conclude by, I don't know, thanking the most important person, really, which is my brother, Palguni. Thank you, comrades. It's difficult to speak about you without getting to, a bit emotional. You know that how close I am to you and how, I don't know, how I feel about you. Thank you is such a small word, isn't it? Thank you is such a small word. In fact, it's a meaningless word. To whatever you have done to this seminar, I mean, I'm really sorry if I'm, getting a bit off board, but, sometimes emotions are necessary. Why is it necessary? Because, we have talked a lot about violence. We have talked a lot about violence. Violence at the macro political spaces, violence of nations, violence of nation states, violence of religion, violence of things. But what we have not talked about, Debolina, perhaps, and maybe we can have another session on that, maybe in future, about violence on individuals perpetrated by other individuals. That is something that we have not talked about, and our academia is filled with such toxicity. I'm really sorry to say that. We live in a very, very toxic world. We live in an extremely toxic world where people violate upon each other. They say bad words against each other. Where the figures of the salaries matter, caste matters, gender matters, sexuality matters, class matters, which when none of these actually should matter. So we close this seminar with this hope that someday we will have a violent-free world. Once again, Babu, it's very difficult to call you by your name, actually. But, more than, I mean, if you were not there, this seminar wouldn't have happened. It is really as simple as that. You were the pinnacle and you will always be the pinnacle. We share a very personal bond, but beyond that, the world should know that you're a gem of a person. Right? So with those words, thank you very, very much, all of you. And let's hope that someday, we will have a violent-free world. And when we do have that, Ashwarya and Janisha and Debarati and the others and Debolina and my Babu, we will have a champagne together. Like Homi said at the end of that seminar in New York, that he wants to have a champagne when one Trump is gone. Well, but today Kevin has said that, when one Trump is gone and when one Mr. Modi is gone, and doesn't really matter because the system will take over. But maybe we can have a violent-free system one day. I don't know. When that happens, we will all have a champagne together and a wine together. Thank you very much. We're closing over there. Thank you, world. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, IFEST. Thank you, everyone. With those words and with those hopes, really, we come to an end of the seminar. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, everyone.